Hello. I was waiting for my phone to tell me that I can access the stream manager because that is how I read the chat. Plus, I was also waiting for the notification to go out on my Discord. The combination of those two things, I feel, sets a good 2 to 5 minute waiting time, so I actually have an excuse to use this screen. Why not accept your request to play TF2? I did consider it. It wasn't an instant no. But I don't feel like streaming TF2 because it would have been streaming it if I started playing with you when you sent that invite. I just want to stick to CK3 again tonight. It's a little bit more chill, I feel, and it's a lot quieter and, well, it's single player. I do prefer single player, so quite a fun game, not gonna lie. Well, that's good to hear, Hoy. And I'm glad to see you here as well, but I am afraid Brat did beat you. He was here like as soon as I started the stream because he was waiting and noticed when I changed the title. I actually have the game up already, so I can switch it over now. Oh, I didn't actually give it a chance to... There we go. Right. Wanted to finish TF2 round? That's fine, fair enough. Naming kills to my viewers. Name and kill. I'm not sure what that means. I'm feeling a little bit more chilled this evening. I don't think this stream's going to be as erratic and unhinged as they normally are. And by that I mean how I normally like zipping around the map and speaking really fast. I just want to try and take it down a level tonight, and hopefully myself and anyone watching can just have a nice, relaxing time. Instead of naming characters to viewers, to naming TF2 kills to viewers. I bought a new game today, which I'm having a fair bit of fun with. Oh, what game is that then, bro? Do tell. Do share with the class. Right, what are we doing? Junk, we do not need. Titles, we care not for. A war, which we don't want to do. And as always, I am not going to hold court, because I do not like to talk to my vassals. I don't like to hear them whinge about their problems. Who do they think I am, the king? Oh wait. I doubt it's Hoy for, Hoy, but you never know. Also, bro, I think I probably will be doing a Planetary Annihilation stream at some point, because the idea of just giving that another go, I mean, well, yeah, that alone is interesting enough, but the fact that you'll be there to sort of talk me through it and help me makes for an interesting idea, I think, so rather than just doing a tutorial or a campaign, whatever, I could just jump straight into, like, a skirmish game, and then you can basically backseat game me to victory, hopefully. Dome Keeper. I've watched someone play Dome Keeper, I think. That's the 2D one, isn't it? Where you, like, go mining and you constantly bring your stuff back to the top and buy upgrades, and you have to, like, defend the dome from monsters. Played its demo 2 days ago, but I didn't enjoy it so much. But then I saw on YouTube that the full game has features that make it more fun that for some reason they excluded from the demo. So now I'm playing the full game and it's quite neat. Well, that's good to hear. Glad you're enjoying the full game. Yeah, it's a bit of an indie game, I think, Hoy. I only saw one video on it from the guy I watch, and that's because he plays quite a diverse set of games. Is that a clip already? Meching. Well, I have to see what this clip is. I can't wait 2 hours. Right, what are we doing? Junk, we do not need. Oh, is it just me? Which we don't. I am not going to hold court, because I do not like. Okay, fair enough. Well, I like it when people make clips. You also sound really excited in that clip. Is that sarcasm? But I don't know, like I said, I feel really, like, mellowed out right now. I think having a night off from streaming, having a nice, like, meal and watching TV like normal, and I don't know, maybe it's just because I had a night off, it's like a step back. We have a new crown. We currently don't have a crown, so this is fine, we'll wear this. It's not the best crown, but it's our only choice, so we will stick it on our head anyway. What's it made out of? A tiny... wait, it's forged from Latin. I'm not sure what that even is. And set with small... can't speak. Small pieces of agate. A tiny but elegant inscription runs on its side, dedicating it to a stalwart friend, Baltier. I can already tell just by reading that that as I'm getting more into the stream, I'm going to get louder. My sort of chill demeanor right now is going to fade away. I'm going to become more erratic and zipping around the map like this, like a madman like I do towards the end. It's just going to devolve into what it always does, because I'm going to get too into it, and it's like, honestly, at this point, it's a habit that I read the events. It's just because I've done it for so many of the streams that I feel obliged to read the events out now. It's that game you described. I actually saw 2 YouTubers I watch play it. I wonder if one of those is the one you watch too. Well, the one I watch is one I've mentioned a few times before, that it's not a YouTuber, it's just he uploads his VODs because he's a streamer and it's Vine Source. He played it quite a while ago now, I can't remember when exactly. I wait patiently on my throne for the arrival of Duke John, paying homage to us here. The Duke of Strathclyde, I accept your generous gifts. Gotta love it when they bring 50 quid with them. That is the greatest display of loyalty in my books. Our alliance with Leon is over. King John of England? No. Duke John of Strathclyde. That's an interesting situation that's developed now because, you know, Leon was one of our best allies, and now they're cut in half. We can get the alliance back. I wonder if we can also get one with Castile. Oh, we can. Even combined, they're not as strong as the single kingdom was before, so that's a shame. We've lost that. The game came out literally yesterday, so while they gave some slightly early demos to some YouTubers, it couldn't have been terribly long ago. Yeah, clearly not then. I had no idea when it came out. To be honest, I didn't really watch much of it either. It's normally the case for me is I stick a VOD on like that that's like 2 hours long, and I just have it in the background. And now and again I tab in and have a little look, especially if he says something that gets my attention. But most of the time I listen rather than watch. But I did see a bit of the gameplay. It did look interesting. An unique and neat concept. By the way, I have a EU4 game as Mughuls. I could have gone World Conquest, but I didn't care with EU4 at the moment with min-maxing, so stating everything and shit. I've never really felt like doing a World Conquest in any Paradox game, to be honest. I think the proper pronunciation's like Mughals, or Mughals. I'm not sure. Should we ask what Google Translate reckons? Let's enter text. Mughal. I've always just read it as Mughal.
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 Well, both the Hindi and English pronunciations on Google Translate say Mughal. So,
Mughal.
yeah. Mughal it is then. But, you know, I've never fancied doing a world conquest in any Paradox game, really. I have done one once before. I did it in Hearts of Iron 4 as fascist Russia, of all countries. Don't ask why, but I did. I remember it was just a right ball ache by the end, and it's just put me off trying to do it in any other game since. I also... yeah, I don't know, Hoi, especially in Hoi 4, like, arguably one of my worst Paradox games. I think I must have just got lucky, and it was on an earlier version where I was more familiar with all the mechanics, rather than just like a surface level, like, understanding I have now with revised and new ones. I once did almost World Conquest as Germany. There's been a few games where I could have done a World Conquest as well as others, but I just didn't go all the way because it's a little bit boring if you ask me. I prefer to play a game out either fully or at least partially with a sort of roleplay thing, or like going full like realistic tactics rather than just metagaming and going for a world conquest. I've sort of been tempted to try one in Crusader Kings, because that's always been like one of my stronger Paradox games, but I've never done one in either CK2 or CK3. That was pre-manned guns. Yeah, mine was years ago. Mine was like a year after Hoi 4 came out, so... Your vassal, Duke Condor, created the cadet branch Prydain Wexford. So we now have a branch of the family based in Leinster here, Ireland. I wonder if they'll actually convert to Irish at some point as well. Because that's what happened with our Norse vassal in Munster here. He converted to Irish. I'm not sure what the exact requirements are for a vassal converting to the culture of the land they rule, though. Like, maybe that guy in Leinster won't, because Cornish and Irish are already fairly similar. Mind you, as far as the game's aware, Cornish and Irish are no similar than Norse and Irish, because they have different heritages and different languages. Though maybe acceptance makes a difference? I'm not sure. Are we off to a feast in Brittany? I think we will. Almost world conquest, because couldn't be bothered killing rest of the fascist nations. I already got the achievement for killing all non-fascists. Well, when it really slowed to a crawl and just like killed my soul when I did mine as Russia, that I was like left with just South America, so I was like trudging through the Amazon, and that was just hell. By playing Russia, I'd already naturally done like World War II and fought against Germany, even though they were also fascist. So that was like fairly straightforward and a quick, easy way to, like from the get-go, just conquer half of Europe. Then I just had to go against the Allies, and once I won that, I was just cleaning up the scraps that were left, which ended up being just South America, really. Maybe converted because Norse is not Cornish, same as Irish, but at least that is his ruling land, but maybe the Cornish won't convert because same culture as you. That's true, yeah. Maybe having the same culture as the Liege does make a difference. That would make sense to me. Because if he did convert culture to Irish, even though our cultural acceptance with the Irish is pretty high, it's not 100%, so there would still be some opinion malice there. We can probably see it on him. Cultural acceptance, yeah, between Norse and, not Norse, Irish and Cornish, there's still a -6 penalty. Bonads. Anyway, are we going to try and form Prydain today? Because there's really not much of England left. We could probably do it if I played proactively and took on every chance I could get. But with my current, like, chilled out demeanor right now, is that going to happen? Yes, yes, yes. It's a bit of a funny one because I've been continuing to do, like, achievement hunting games in between streams, and I started one last night, which has gone very well. I started as Duchess Matilda of Tuscany, and she's already fairly big at the start, but there's an achievement to form Italy as her. Not as her, but as her family. Like, start as Matilda of Tuscany, form Italy, create a holy order, and have 50 dynasty members. I formed Italy in 17 years. It was really easy. The hard part is just having a family now. That's just going to take time. I can't really speed that up any more than I am. I'm actually, like, since I formed Italy so easily as it, I'm just going for the full Empire title now. So I already have all of Italy, as well as most of Romagna. So now I'm just going for the full Italia title instead. And technically I could form it if I just had enough money. However, I'm really having money problems in that game now because, yeah, Matilda died. And then I had another quick succession not long after that, so now I'm a little bit in the shitter with it. Not unrecoverable, though. Someone's trying to kill my courtier Duad. I remember this happening last stream. I don't really even know who he is. He's married to my food taster, who is a member of our family, but must be a very distant one because there isn't a relation name. Seducing? Actually, finding it isn't the hard part, is letting go. But, yeah, I think I did so well as Matilda because I really took advantage of the diplomacy branch here, Friendly Council, where each of your friend relations gives you 2 random skill points. And then you have all the bonuses to making friends. So I had like 15 friends, so I had all my stats 20 or higher. I think the only exception to that might have been learning, which was like at 19 or something, which is still amazing. But I'm pretty sure that's like one of the strongest ways you can make Matilda a strong character, I guess. Wasn't sure how to word that then. I think I was going to say that's like one of the strongest Matildas you can make, but that didn't seem right in my head, so I tried saying something else. We need to sway someone else, because that one I just saw is already at like 90 opinion. Are there any factions? Because... yeah, okay, Duke Wolfgar, let's sway him. Or maybe we don't do that because we could learn languages instead, possibly. We need to learn Goidelic, so we have a better relation with all Irish people we have. And then we also want to start learning English, because we've got a fair few Anglo-Saxon counties now. In fact, I think learning English is more important because even though we have less Anglo-Saxon counties than we do Irish, I think, we don't have as high cultural acceptance, so the penalty for the cultural acceptance is worse. So let's just learn the language from this kid here, Duke Stigand, the 12-year-old. We're a bit brainy, 23 learning, so we had a good chance to learn the language, 95% chance. Why is Matilda so special? I never heard of her other than from CK2 and CK3. Because I believe historically, I had a look at this last night because I noticed I had an interesting modifier. She earned the title in the Holy Roman Empire as Imperial Vicar, I think. And she was just a very strong landed noble in the HRE. Not to mention the fact that she was also a woman, which was quite, I guess, impressive. Because in 1066, she doesn't just control Tuscany, she controls Emilia, a little bit of Lombardy, a little bit of Verona, Spoleto, a bit of Ancona, I think even... now that might be it, but that's still a lot, like, it's like 3 duchies. Maybe 4 worth if you just bundle the other stray counties together into one. So yeah, she was quite a powerful noble woman. I have a Reddit notification on my phone. What is this? Oh, that's nice. Someone commenting on a post I made months ago, I think. History lesson with Mech. I like the idea of being able to dish out history lessons while playing Crusader Kings, because not only does it feel relevant, but it feels like something I could do. It's just when it actually comes down to it, I struggle with it, because my knowledge ends up being really superficial. So I can't really go into more detail than I'd like with it. Certainly not enough to qualify as a history lesson. And I always end up second-guessing what I'm saying, which feels dangerous, because if I'm out here saying something under the guise of it being a history lesson, I'd basically just be spreading misinformation if I'm wrong. But like I said, I looked at this last night, so I think it's pretty accurate. We can found a holy order, which I considered for a second, but the reason I decided not to do it is because if we're converting to Lollardy at some point in the near future, that's basically just a waste of 500 gold, and furthermore it'd be a holy order they could use against us, because it'd be Catholic. So if we're going to found a holy order, we should at least do it when we're Lollard. And speaking of being Lollard, I was giving it some thought last night after I did another achievement. Yeah, actually, let me explain the achievement I did first. I did the one where holding an emperor title, have your ruler be naked. And I figured the easiest way to do that would be to start as the Holy Roman Emperor in 1066 and convert to Adamitism, which is basically the nudist faith. Here it is. Yeah, they have natural primitivism, so they're all naked. There it is, adherents do not wear clothes. And it was quite easy to convert. I needed 4,000 piety, so I just went hard on the theology branch, yeah, here. I gained a bunch of stuff in the theology branch, and then I went apostate, because then you can convert for 75% cheaper. So I became an Adamite, and then I got the achievement, and it was simple as that. But that made me realise, even though I converted to Adamite, I was still very strong. largely because I was the Holy Roman Emperor, so I could hold my own anyway, but it just, it made me realise how not vulnerable you really are when you convert like that. If you're in a strong enough position, you can just convert and resist Holy Wars. Like, I actually went on to conquer the papacy, like, straight after I converted. And that basically just swelled me with confidence, so now I'm thinking maybe we convert to Lollardy in this save and we won't be as bad off as I was expecting. Why does Sweden own parts of the Netherlands? It was part of their, like, mini-colonial empire which they were starting. They had, like, the north of the Netherlands, like Frisia here. They had a bit more of Gascony, including the bit they still have. And then they also had all of this here. All these single counties were a part of Sweden, but they gained independence because of... what's it called? Exclave independence. So on succession, it basically just made them all independent for the sake of neater borders. However, they still have Frisia and Gascony because they have naval access to these counties, so it's technically not an exclave, I guess, in the game's rules. Yes, Sweden are doing quite well for themselves in that regard. I think a light colonial empire was good phrasing to use because they are just setting up colonies all over. I wonder if these guys are actually Swedish nobles as well. Oh no, they're at least keeping Occitanian nobility in power here in Gascony. However, this guy is under the Duke of Västergotland, which is of course ruled from Sweden. In fact, that's also half of Frisia. The other half... oh, the other half is actually ruled by Swedes. I wonder if they will start colonising and converting the north of the Netherlands to Swedish. That could be fun. Oh, that was the... I was trying to think what the notification was I saw, and I was looking at my phone as if it was something there, but no, it was just that I got a perk in the Marshall tree. So we just take Overseer because we get a bit of stewardship and Marshall, and I guess because it's the end of the branch, so you might as well cap it off, finish it. Now, I briefly mentioned it earlier, but let's actually act on it now. Let's try and do a war against England. So this isn't just yet another stream of me talking for the entire time. Hold court. I don't want to hold court. I don't want to give the peasants my money or attention. I want to go to war. Surely you can appreciate that, Hoy. Can we get a claim on Jorvik? Gotta look for the men. This guy might. It's too far away. What about this one? Too far away. Why won't this guy? 195... oh, because he's the current Duke's child, of course. This guy won't because... same reason. And this guy won't because... same reason. So it looks like Jorvik isn't the option there. Found a Holy Order after getting Lollard. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, because that would actually be really useful to do, because then we wouldn't be the only Lollard realm. Even though there'd be a Holy Order, they would still technically count as a realm, like they would have a title and men to their name. We'd be like the chief sponsor of that realm, though, because we'd be basically the only place that can donate castles and stuff to them. So their growing and prosperity would depend on our own. Where should we look instead? East Anglia? I think Mercia would probably be a really good choice, because that is, like, the biggest duchy in England. It is pretty ridiculous. It has all of these counties in it. So, let's see if we can get a claimant for this. These guys are all landed, so they don't count. These guys are women. What about this guy? Liege's child. Liege's child. Okay, Mercia is not an option either. We could just try and fabricate a claim the old-fashioned way. Maybe we get lucky and get a claim on the duchy. We might have to do that. Just call it the Holy Corning Order. You can rename it and give them custom flags, so we could call it whatever we want. Peering through the dusty murk of the armory, my gaze travels over multiple different weapons of war. A pair of battered leather greaves, a recently sharpened sword, a spear with a worn haft, a rusty farming tool. I pick up the farming implement. Perhaps it has been lumped in unknowingly with the weapons. I heft the tool, examining its curiously carved sickle-like blade as I give it an experimental swing at a nearby hauberk. That's the, I think gonna have to correct me if I'm wrong here if you know, but I think the halberd is the like chainmail bit they wear over the... Like, it's the thing that covers the head and it's like the top half of the torso as well, maybe? In fact, I have the internet, I might as well Google it. Oh, it's a chainmail vest, basically. But it doesn't cover the head, so I was wrong about that. The blade pierces the mail, scattering a few iron rings across the floor. Interesting. I wonder if this could be repurposed. Yeah, let's try and make a new weapon out of this farming tool. I think, honestly, most weapons could probably have their origins stooped in farming at some point, because farming implements do look very deadly as is, so it wouldn't take much to turn them into a practical weapon. Taking the small blade out into the midday sun, I inspect it more closely. The blade tapers to a point at one end and disappears into the tang at the other, leaving a length of slightly rusty but still sharp iron in between. The kink at the blade's head gives the implement a wicked curve to it. wicked sick curve to it. Useful for cutting through shrubs, you'd think, or maybe finding gaps in armour. It's clear this could be repurposed as a weapon of war, but the question remains exactly what guise said weapon would take. Ah yes, the STG-44, the best farming tool. Okay, yeah, I didn't mean, like, assault rifles and guns. I meant melee weapons. Like, classical medieval weapons. But yeah, this is basically to... You can make a rudimentary halberd if you do this one, I think. Yeah, that's word for word what it says. You fashion a rudimentary halberd, 61% chance. This event doesn't give as good an outcome as you'd expect. Leave as. You hone the blade. We could do that. We could also make a dagger, 83% chance. I don't think I've ever actually left it as is, so... Yeah, I'm willing to do this just to see what kind of result it yields. We also have lots of money building up again, so let's try and just spend a ton of it. We don't have like any upgrades which we can do, which is the main reason why we're having so much money build up in the first place. I think we really just need to go for more building tech. Like, we've focused a lot on like laws and, I guess, yeah, soldiers, but we keep neglecting things like burrs and battlements. Build random holdings. That's a bit too expensive. Like, we could only do that once with the money we have, and I don't really want to build holdings for the benefit of our vassals. I've already maxed out our 2 capital counties here by building Oakhampton, this church, and this city. I could build a couple in Salisbury, but I don't think we'll be holding on to this forever, so again, we wouldn't get the benefits forever. Same with Ceredigion here. I think we probably want to like look to taking over Wessex at some point, because then it's already adjacent to our current capital duchy. Do it for loyal vassals. I could, but the danger in that is, will their family stay loyal for all eternity? After the one vassal we're cheering up now dies, will his son also appreciate that we built a city? I don't think so. We're probably better spending our money on things other than building, like even just to go on a hunt, which would be good because I just noticed we're on stress level 1. There we go. Oh. And literally as we just tried burning all that money, the Pope is going to give us nearly 800 gold more. Well, who am I to refuse? Let's ask away. Thank you, Pope. Now we have more than a grand built up again. What is the... Bit of a long shot, but you know how, like, as you pointed out, Hoy, development is also influenced by neighbouring counties? Well, maybe we can build some cities in, like, these 2 counties with the express focus of giving a development growth, and therefore a development growth bonus to its neighbour in Devon here. I don't think that would really work, though, because Devon is already 20, and then Cornwall is 26, so they're already at the peak, so they wouldn't really benefit. It'd more be the other way around. Hold court? Fine, I'll hold court. I do have plenty of money. Oh, I'm hunting, so I can't now. However, when I get back from hunting, I will finally hold court. And I won't hold back on spending money either, because we do have plenty, so we can probably go for some pretty expensive options. The implement, which the Holdings blacksmith Prydain explained to me is known as a billhook, as I enthusiastically surprised him sharpening it, certainly looks the part as a weapon of war. The blade emerges from the tang with a vicious edge to it, running up and through the weighty hooked head. The newly sharpened point glints in the midday sun as I work it into the seam of some defunct boiled leather armour before ripping it back towards me, severing the holding loops in a single swing. What other secrets do our humble farmers hold? We actually gain the Farmer's Billhook artifact, which I think is going to be really crappy, because normally when you keep the rudimentary halberd for yourself, it's only like 2 prowess or something really tiny like that. We also get experience, but we do for this option as well. I like these, distribute them throughout the realm. Investing in billhooks gives more holding taxes in the farmlands. Farmlands? Do we actually have many farmland tiles? If we do, I don't think we control any directly. Farmlands are red. We actually don't have... We have 1 farmland tile in our entire kingdom, and it is here in Sussex. Is that Sussex? Yeah, it is, but it's called South Seax, because it's still ruled by an Anglo-Saxon. BRB? Alright, brat. Get the billhook. Get the billhook. You really want me to keep... I mean... That is a fair point, because like I just pointed out, there's really nothing to be gained from this, because we only have 1 farmland, so sure, I'll keep it. It's probably going to be crap, though. Farmer's Billhook, 1 prowess, minus prestige, and then levy reinforcement rate. So, yes, as neat as it is that we refined this billhook into a weapon, we're not going to be using it. Worth. Sure. Probably give it away to this child. I'm sure it's a very safe present to give to a 13-year-old. 7 opinion. Can't complain about that. No, I'm sorry, Hoy, but I've given it away. We do not need the billhook. We already have plenty of weapons that are far better than the billhook. Speaking of, I'm going to give these away as well. 2 opinion for the French Warhammer. How about... I swear we have something else as well that we... Catalan Mace. 9 opinion, so that's the best one so far for this crappy mace. They are farmer weapons. And we're not a farmer, Hoy. We are a king. We deserve better than that. We're in a pretty decent position with our vassals. I think partly because we've actually been playing as King Exsanguine Hand for a while now. As far as I'm aware, he's been the king in this game for the past 3 streams I've done, because I play that slowly. The noise from the others have faded away by the time Vassal Countess Edhild and I stalk up on the wolf. We are almost within striking distance when Edhild whispers to me, "Now that we are finally by ourselves, there is something I have to let you know about Duke Rognvald." We don't need prestige, so we might as well learn the secret about one of our vassals. He's a non-believer. Well, let's blackmail him for that. Maybe we can get him to pay more taxes if we haven't already changed it. But I think we have. Oh, we haven't. Well, he's already at high, so you know what? Instead of higher taxes... Yeah, we have plenty of money and we're clearly running out of things to spend it on, so let's go for levies instead. You gotta go for a bit as well, Hoy? Okay, fair enough. See you in a bit, Hoy. Right, so looking back to England, let's have another look at the duchies. Have a look at some which we didn't check out already, like Essex, I guess. This could be a good one to take because it would include London. Looks like the same as before, though. They're all the children of the liege, so they're not willing to come to our court. So I think after the Archbishop here has finished converting the heathens in... Is he in Ireland? Yeah, Oriel. And not heathens, heretics. There's a big difference. The hunt is drawing to an end. Very good, more prestige. That just covers the prestige we lost from taking the secret. And we will hold court, because we do need stuff to spend money on, so why not? Welcome back, Brett. I recognise the next set of petitioners immediately. They are Duke Alfred of Sursen and Duib. Duib, yet again, making a lot of appearances in my events here. Which is interesting because he really doesn't do much for us. He hasn't got a position at court and he hasn't produced an artifact for us before. He's just a random Gale that has a claim on the kingdom, apparently. A pair that are well known for their intense rivalry. Worryingly, they are not arguing with each other. My lord, begins Duke Alfred of Sursen, I have to tell you that the people are intensely dissatisfied with your Queen Asta. We fear that her recent behaviour is not becoming of a good and loyal Queen Asta. Do tell what would make a good and loyal Queen Asta, as opposed to just a good and loyal queen. And we demand that you do something about it. What has she done? She seems fine to me. She's a sadist, which isn't great, but everything else seems fine. Content, trusting, strong, a good administrative courtier. I don't know what she's done wrong. 100% chance of this going wrong, in which case both of these guys would hate us more and we gain unworthy ruler, which is a really bad penalty here. Jeez. -10 general opinion and control growth goes down. Duib, I'm not your enemy, he is, so that is a 53% chance of convincing Duib to refocus rather, on his rivalry with the Duke. And we could set our wife to help us with this, to gain better odds, I guess. Perhaps you'd back those words up with steel, we can intimidate them, and there is a 100% chance of that. So far, this is by far the best outcome, because we gain opinion with both of them and dread. There is no downside to picking this. I shall speak to Queen Asta, which is the converse. It is, like, only downside. So yeah, let's just threaten them with a duel, I guess. Perhaps you'd back those words up with steel? I think not. My lord, I represent the Anglo-Saxon people of the county of Wiltshire. So we've had this event like 3 times on stream already, but every time it was for the capital in Launceston. This time it is for Wiltshire. We are devoted and faithful subjects, but our land is poor, underdeveloped, and scarcely populated. He basically wants an Anglo-Saxon to be in charge of Anglo-Saxon land. But I disagree with that. I know what's best for Wiltshire. A markedly disgruntled Duke Kingur hurries to your throne. Liege, I have a right to the earldom of Briefne, no matter... I always read it as Briefne, because I really have no idea how else to read that. Should we ask Google Translate again, see if we can get the Irish translation to speak it for us? Let me have a listen. It was very quiet before, so I don't even know if you heard it when I did it before, but... Briefne. Is it spelled? Yeah, E before the I. From Irish to English. Oh, Google Translate doesn't have an Irish voice, so we'll have to see how the English woman pronounces an Irish word.
Brivene.
Brivene? That seems more convincing. Yeah, Brivene. Brivene? I'm just gonna say Brivene because that feels more natural than Brivene. Huh. Well, yeah, I guess that is a lot better than pronouncing it as Briefne. That sounds a bit more forced now I think about it. No matter what anyone else might say, will you support my claim and have your vassal relinquish what does not belong to him? So, I already know what I'm going to pick for this, but just for context, Duke Kingur of Meath has a claim on Briefne here, which we don't really want to condone because Briefne is a de jure part of Connacht anyway, so we'd rather it stay a part of Connacht, obviously. So the options here are not good. You must win it by the sword, don't really want to risk that. Or Kintule's claim is the truer, which I do agree with because he is the de jure lord of that land. Yeah, his claim is truer. And that concludes the holding of court. We didn't even have to spend any money, which is a bit disappointing. We need to find more things to spend it on. Shall we... We could exoticize a Grand Hall, which is a real cash burner. All it is basically an event to redecorate your hall. So right now it looks like this, like nice brick stone walls, a big wooden roof, some chandeliers. We could redecorate it to look more like the Byzantine one, for example, here, with a nice like archway and some pictures, like mosaics there, and archways. Could go for like Egypt, maybe. You don't really get like a choice. You get a choice of like set things, so you can't pick from every option in the game. You just get to pick from a couple of random ones. But it could be sort of funny if our court in Cornwall ended up like looking like this. Normally when I see that option though, there isn't a point in doing it, because I believe it is based on your court grandeur, of which we are already far exceeding in. Yeah, we're second in the world, so if anything, everyone else would be wanting their court to look like ours, with the exception of the Byzantine Emperor, who is of course above us. So yeah, probably not worth spending 750 gold only to end up lowering our court prestige, or court grandeur rather. We could try introduce a new fashion at court, which is based on diplomacy, which we are decent at, so this could be fun. And that is a way to spend money, so why not? You can get some fun events with this. Of fashion and feuds, I strut around my court, proud of my new bold fashion-forward statement. My new sleeveless garb, bearing my arms for all to see. So we're pioneering the t-shirt here in 1038 AD. What are you wearing? My sister Isoud cries out at me from across the hall. We throw insults back and forth, myself defending what is so obviously good fashion, going far above the head of a simple mind. As the nobility of Launceston quickly join Isoud in mocking my outfit, I know my fashion statement to be cruelly unappreciated in its own time. They just don't understand me. So we just had a mental breakdown because the entire court mocked us for wearing a t-shirt ahead of its time. Not the best outcome here. Oh, we have another poem. So far I've enjoyed reading these when they pop up on stream. The latest work of my steward Rognvald has become all the rage at court. Dedicated to me, the heritage of a king. The mightiest men must leave this earth, and hope of good words there is no dearth. 'Tis rare enough for men to admit that given chance they'd change quite a bit. I don't really enjoy that one. I liked the one best where it like was very blunt and said that they're not worth shit at the end. But for the sake of maintaining good relations, we're just going to say it's truly heartfelt. I guess another way to spend money would be to invite knights, and then we would pay to recruit them to our court. That is an option. And it'll also cost money when we start fabricating claims, seeing as we can't just cheese it like we have for most of this game by inviting people. Ransom for 11 gold when she's worth 50? Hell no. Same again for but 100? Definitely not. We're probably going to end up forgetting about them now that I just dismissed the notification, but whatever. If he really cares about them, he'll come forward to us with an offer. Apparently we can imprison Duib. Oh, because he's excommunicated, so he's a criminal in the eyes of Christendom. I'm actually going to do that because he has a claim on Scotland, which I feel is a bit dangerous, so maybe we execute him on behalf of the Pope. And the mental breakdown event is here. I'm actually tempted to pick Improvident because we're making that much money. Well, we're not making that much, but we have that much money and we're constantly in a situation where we don't know what to spend it on, that we could probably afford this trait. We'd gain +1 diplomacy, which is not bad. It'd be very expensive to pick straight away. I'm gonna go for it. Donating to charity will make up for my sins. We are now a very charitable ruler that loses 15% of our monthly income. Amazing. Ah, there we go. We've imprisoned Duib. Now, do we execute him? It's an act of tyranny, so all of our subjects would lose 10 opinions. So that's not good. I guess instead we'll just hold on to him. We could torture him or move him to house arrest, but I don't think there's much point, so we'll just leave him in prison. Worst case scenario, our vassals want him on the throne of Scotland, in which case we just execute him and then he's not a valid candidate. So I'm fine leaving him there. We have a new knight that has arrived. The ugly Sir Meriosec Bree. Recruiting him is fairly cheap, but for the sake of spending money, I'm going to do it. Didn't really need to say but there. That was more in response to the fact that he's a bit of a shit knight. You need some more expensive things to redeem with channel points. I have 6.9k and I have no clue what to spend them on. Well, I appreciate that feedback. That is something I've been wondering about, but no one ever spends the channel points, so I had no idea how much people had. And obviously, since I'm the channel, I have infinite, so I didn't know what was considered a lot or not. But I'll take that in mind. I'll raise the prices, and I'll consider adding some new things. I added a few new things a couple of days ago, which weren't there before, like the ban an in-game option, and let's see, what else did I add that was new? Emote only chat, I think, but that's just gonna be depressing because, you know, I only have like 2 chatters at a time most of the time anyway, and hardly anyone uses emotes. I'll guide the raid as well, but that's fairly pointless because I forget to raid most of the time. So, but yeah, I'll definitely have a look. There's a lot of built-in stuff in Twitch, and there's some interesting ones. Maybe I could add a text-to-speech that costs channel points, because at the moment the only way to get text-to-speech is donations and subs and whatever. After lots of hard work, I finally learned the Anglic language. Endless hours practicing accentuation, sleepless nights mimicking inflection, countless lessons mastering intonation, it was all worth it in the end. During my efforts, I looked to emulate Duke Stiggan's accent. I'm sure that he would be impressed with my results. So we can send him a letter to demonstrate our new skills. He is our vassal, so it would be good if we got the opinion bonus. The sound that just came when the new knight arrived is extremely similar to a Planetary Annihilation sound effect that comes in multiplayer when someone pings a location. So when I played Planetary Annihilation during a stream a couple days ago, I got very confused because I wasn't even playing multiplayer. The sound when like an event here in the side pops up, like when it says someone's arrived at court. Or was it well, I can't really do it on him because he's my vassal. I'll try to send the letter. I impressed him, so we got the opinion bonus. I've learned the Anglic language. Let's learn Irish now. 95% chance. That sound then, when I clicked learn language. Ransom? King of England's willing to pay 29 for his wife. No. I wonder if the Pope would give us a claim on any of these duchies. Minus 12, that's not far off. No, it was more of an attention here sound. Well, when you say when the new knight arrived, all I can think of is like one of these like events here when they pop up, in which case it's a bit of a swoosh sound effect, I think. I can't remember. You'll have to point it out if it happens again. But that is pretty funny. That they have similar sound effects and you're getting confused over it. I like that. Let's host a feast, because then we can try and gain opinion with our vassals, and it's another way to spend money. The guests are gathered in the Great Hall, lords and ladies from the near and far reaches of the realm. Who is in attendance? Quite a few people, but still quite a few people declined, which is disappointing, and it's a bit surprising as well, because none of these people like hate us. We're all pretty friendly with each other here, and yet they've declined the invite. I wonder why. Maybe they're busy doing something else. The only building we can really focus on upgrading right now is Oakhampton, and we have to wait for that to finish construction because you can only build one thing at a time. So we'll just have to keep an eye on that. What right does Duke Kingo think he has to claim that my ideas of warfare are misguided? Claiming that my ideas would break down the moment combat is met. What does he know? Really? I'd love a chance to settle this on the battlefield. This is just good, easy, +2 martial for 5 years. No complaints from me. I'd say that's actually worth the 20 opinion malice you game with, I think it was this guy. Yeah, minus 20 over a strategic disagreement. Then, was it then when I got the faction targeting thing as despite? Yeah, there it was. I heard it there, I did notice it isn't just like a wind swoosh sound effect, is it? There is a bit more of a sound to it. What started as an ordinary feast became an exceptional one, thanks to the presence of Countess Wulfwaru. She is the Countess of Essex, one of our newest vassals. We spoke all evening about all manner of subjects, and as things would have it, we have a lot in common. I had such a good time with her. What a good evening. We didn't become friends, unfortunately. But at least we have a decent relation now with her. 52 opinion. Ooh, that armor needs repairing. I imagine we're wearing that. With everyone headed home with bellies full of exotic delicacies, I'm proud to say that the feast was a success. Yes, until next time. Yeah, this is the armor we're wearing, so we'll repair that. 150 gold. That's a big expense, but we don't mind paying it. Hello, Godslayer. How are you doing? Glad to see you in chat again. I saw you were streaming Payday 2, I think? How did that go? Are you having fun playing it? Oh, we got another knight. Let's recruit him. There we go. He's actually our knight as well, so he has replaced someone that was worse, somehow. An alliance with Cheshire? No. I don't think so, mate. Pretty weak alliance, 860 men, and he wouldn't even be able to help us in what would most likely be the most common war we do against England, his liege. I'm eating homemade burger and stream went well. What have you got in your burger? Have you got any nice, like, toppings or, well, I guess fillings they're called for a burger? I guess toppings is more of a thing for pizza, isn't it? But is there anything fancy, or is it just a plain old cheeseburger? In any case, homemade. That's pretty nice. And I'm glad the stream went well. I've never really liked Payday 2, if I'm honest. I've given it a go a few times, but I've never, like, really enjoyed it. Certainly not enough to want to keep playing it. The only times I've really played it have been, like, one-offs. And only with friends. Lots of fried onions and melted cheese. That's fine by me. I don't normally have fried onions in my burgers, but especially lately for some reason, I've been imagining that if I did get a burger, I think I'd want to try it with fried onions now, because that does sound like something I'd like. I've started to enjoy them more outside of a burger, so I don't see why I wouldn't enjoy them in one as well. The wise heart then said to the little boy, "Beware, for there's a..." Suddenly I'm interrupted. What? The great king is reading children's fables? Have you no pride? Duke Roggenwald exclaims. This is unacceptable. If your foes find this out, they will think you feeble-minded. Maybe my choice of Goidelic literature was a bit underwhelming in the eyes of the court. So we're basically reading kids' books to try and learn Irish, which there's nothing wrong with that. It's more suitable to our level of understanding, but this guy clearly disagrees with us doing that. These are venerated Irish classics. We'd gain stress and we wouldn't have a high chance of succeeding at that. I like how by saying that this burger is fine by you, you kind of implied that you would have had the authority to declare his burger not fine. Yes, I am the superintendent of burgers. I decide what is acceptable and what is not. No one is allowed to eat a burger without my approval first. You dare insult me, I'll show you. We can duel him because he's taking the mick out of us reading children's books, which is a pretty funny basis for a fight. You're right, they're not fit for a king. We have a mental breakdown. Let people think what they will, these stories are educational. Which is good for us, it means we have a better chance at learning Irish, however, seemingly feeble-minded to everyone else, which isn't good. I think we'll just fight over it, because I see no downside to this, assuming we win, of course, which we should, because we have better prowess. I've been making homemade burgers past few days, but feel I'm getting better at making them. Well, I imagine with each burger you make, you're going to learn from any mistakes you made in the previous one. So yeah, I imagine... I mean, it's like they say, isn't it? Practice makes perfect. I actually disagree with that statement for some things, but I think with cooking it probably does apply, especially if you're doing it as frequently as, like, every day. Because you'll, like, start picking up on things in the process, on, like, what to do, what not to do, what makes things easier, and what makes things taste nicer, I imagine. For a few brief moments, you Roggenwald and I pace in lazy half-circles, each watching for an opening. I heft my fine sword ready to defend myself, while he clutches his Agda spear firmly to hand. So he's got his family spear, which is +6 prowess. That's pretty good, actually. I think our sword is only +5. Yeah, +5, but then it has a commander bonus, which I think makes it more valuable. I made pancakes today, which were really not very good looking. They completely fell apart, but they tasted good, which is more important, I suppose. Yeah, I mean, when you're making food, at least in a, like, home setting like that, you're making it to eat. So that, yeah, I'd agree, that's probably the most important. And in my personal opinion, I don't really care how the food looks either, as long as it tastes nice, I'm happy with it. Right, this fight may only be till first blood, but that doesn't ease my nerves. With a sudden twitch, our bout begins. Twitch? Ooh, is that a Twitch reference? With surprising speed, Roggenwald unleashes a piercing thrust of his spear, nearly knocking my sword loose. This'll work just like it does in the Legends, right? So we're not much of a fighter, we're more of a reader. That said, we are a bit of a learned warrior king here. We have just as much martial as we do learning, and we've got decent prowess, so yeah, this'll work just like it does in the Legends, right? So basically, we're like reading legends about heroes and like kings and stuff that have had battles before, and we're a good enough fighter that we can try and emulate those people, which is pretty cool. I do my best to recall the legends in the spur of the moment and try to heft my swords as the heroes of old. It's enough for a solid blow against my surprise foe. Roggenwald shifts into a defensive stance, his spear forming a damned near impenetrable wall of perfect parries between me and him. My form is good with only small errors, and Roggenwald's stance is passable. He's on the back foot, but still need to consolidate my victory. I guess we go hard on the offensive then. Play defensively? Definitely not. Focus on fending him off? I'd rather not. Intimidating? I guess that's the closest to what I want to do, so I'll do that. Commanding the rabble in battle is an exercise in shouting and intimidation, and I demonstrate this to Roggenwald by screaming foulness at the top of my considerable lungs. Unexpectedly, Roggenwald manages to swing a vicious kick for my shin, momentarily hobbling me. My form is good, his stance is passable, so that was actually better for him that round. Strike, parry, riposte. I leap into action, launching a flurry of quick slashes, driving myself hard against Roggenwald's guard, wearing him down with each expertly timed strike. Unexpectedly, Roggenwald manages to swing a vicious, again with the vicious kick to the shin. My form is good, his stance is failing now. My opponent is reeling from me, victory so close that I can practically taste it. Foolish fopdoodle, can't you do better? We don't need to do that because there's no chance of success, medium chance of injury. I was going to do strike, parry, riposte, but that's the same as this one, except it's a lower chance of injury, so yeah, we'll just turn to the legends again. I will my body to match the vivid mental picture of legend, shifting into an awkward stance while whirling my sword. Then, somehow, everything just works. It just works. I brush aside Roggenwald's guard with ease, knocking the spear from his hand and send him plummeting to the ground. Before I know it, I'm getting ready to unseam him groin to neck. Surprised, confused, and increasingly terrified, it's all Roggenwald can do to stammer out a yield. I am victorious. So that went quite well, actually. I yield. Please forgive me, you're not feeble-minded at all. Just spare me. I forgot that this was all because we were reading children's books and he took the mick out of us. That'll teach him to insult me. As the wise heart once said, don't insult your betters. You will rot in the dungeons? Oh, wow. Apparently we have a fair reason to do this, so we wouldn't be seen as a tyrant. Though despite him taking the mick out of us and us having a duel just now, we do have good opinions, so I don't think there's much point in imprisoning him. He's probably not going to revolt against us. Damn, he's rich as well. So yeah, let's just forgive and forget here. Don't insult your betters. Oh, wait, becomes your rival. Ah, that changes things then. So that's going to be like an instant -100 opinions. So, yeah. You will rot in the dungeon for your insolence. Sorry, Roggenwald. You beat Duke Roggenwald in a duel after being insulted, and that is the basis of our rivalry. We need a new steward now. Rather than giving it to a vassal just to appease them, we'll go for the most qualified, in which case it is Liudfredo Dalriate, our nephew and bodyguard. Fine by me. He looks like a bit of a jester, to be honest. For a second I thought, did we have him employed as our jester, but... Wait, +1. Oh no, he's just nephew, steward, bodyguard, knight. He is not our jester. We can ransom Roggenwald. We don't really want to do that, especially now he's our rival. If we executed him, it would only upset his heir, so we'd be trading one upset vassal for another. We are honestly just best off keeping him in the house arrest for the rest of his life now. Because for some reason... Oh no, family members do... are unhappy with that. Imprisoned family member -15 opinion. But that does recover each year, so they will eventually get over the fact that we have him imprisoned. I'm happy enough with that. How close are we to 22 months, and then we can start fabricating on England? I suppose I could see if there are any claimants on Huiche here. I didn't bother checking it before because it's so small and we already control half of it, so it just seemed a bit pointless, but for the sake of actually declaring a war, it could be at least something to do. There are 2 jester ladies here with a claim. I like that. What about Bolt here, Inverson? No. Damn, none of these Englishmen want to join our court and give us a reason to declare war on their home country. Ooh, this guy would. No wonder as well. He is paranoid, arbitrary, cynical. And, I mean, look, he's one-eyed as well. He is just a pure villain here. A treacherous atheist. Oh no. Let's get him on board. I am not ransoming you, Duke Roggenwald. Go away. The audacity of that lad. We got a new knight as well. And we got, yeah, the villain. The treacherous atheist. Yeah, we don't really need to call in our allies anymore to deal with England. We've really just crippled them enough now that they're far from a threat to us. So let's just do this war and be done with it. We're going to be taking Gloucestershire and Berkshire. Because that is what makes up the Duchy of Huiche, which we don't already control. Like before, it costs a lot of prestige because... reasons, but we can afford it. And again, like before, we shall just go straight for the capital, which we can actually do this time because we actually control Surrey now, so we can just cross the river and go straight for London. Looks like England haven't raised their army in London. Maybe they're raising it up north somewhere. I can't blame them really, because 12,000 men outside the gates of London means maybe London isn't the best place to raise their own army that is a third of the size. Oh, there they are. They decide to raise up here near Peterborough. In any case, I don't need to lead this army. Let's go for the guy that's better at sieges, just so it's quicker. Even if they attack this guy, the fact that we outnumber him by so much should make up for the fact that he's in charge and not me. And that's, even then, that's assuming that I don't notice and don't get to switch out the commander anyway. Apparently we can imprison my niece Flavia here. Damn, it's always for fornication. We seem to have a lot of lustful ladies in our court that like doing the deed outside of marriage. And as with all of them, I am going to forgive this crime. This most heinous of crimes. Sex before marriage. How dare she? Their siege is going to take 5 months. Ours is going to take 3 months. So we should be done in time to finish our siege and then go kick their asses before they finish theirs. And that should give us a decent basis of war score, maybe around 50%. The rest we can then gain from occupying the actual war goal. And that shouldn't take long at all, because it's only 2 counties. King Exsanguine Hand, we've had our differences in the past, but don't you agree that it's time to let bygones be bygones? My rival and vassal gestures from me to him, whatever is between us, let's start anew. I agree. Some rival, 89 opinion, we really aren't rivals anymore, so he has got a point here. But yeah, any chance I get to remove rivalries with my own vassals, I'm gonna take it. We're now of 100 opinion. Perfect. We don't need to sway Duke Wulfgar anymore. In fact, I didn't realise we were. Did we learn Irish? We didn't learn Irish. Why the hell are we... Wait, what? We could still learn language from the same person, the guy that is now our rival and in prison. Did I just, like... I don't understand why we're not learning Irish anymore. I guess it must have just cancelled automatically when we imprisoned him. London has fallen, and we've taken the king's youngest son as prisoner. You love to see it. Let's now lead the charge and destroy these Anglos. We could ransom his son back to him. Apparently his son isn't actually contributing war score either, so I'm gonna do that. Earl Edmund's Warhammer, that is just another weapon which we can give away, because we don't need it. Going to give it away to you. You could do with it. You've got a decent enough opinion with us already, but you happen to have the lowest out of everyone else. So yes, Earl Edmund's Warhammer, 5 opinion. I'll take it. Look at the cowards run. They flee before the might of the Cornishmen. Pathetic. Looks like they're going to try and force us to get a river crossing penalty. Not that it'll save them. Yeah, that was probably the best place they could have taken the defeat there. That is going to cost us the most men. But it still won't cost us much, just because we outnumber them that much, and have better quality anyway. Easy peasy. We also captured the Duke as prisoner here, so that'll be a nice ransom. We lost 600 men, they lost twice that. And we're already here, so we might as well start sieging Gloucestershire. There's Ransom Duke Inwar II. Funnily enough, this Duke is the Duke of the Duchy we're currently fighting for, so he isn't going to be a Duke anymore after this war. Make the most of it while you can, Duke Inwar the Giant. It's probably pronounced Invar, isn't it? Because that's close to Ivar, I guess. And Anglo-Saxon is Germanic, so would make sense. We have quite a few prisoners now, including Princess Maud. I imagine she is actually worth something as a prisoner, it's just he can't afford it right now because it's in the minus. So we don't know how much it's worth. Ah, crap. Shit. Oh, thank God. So, he no longer controls any of England, and as a result, even though he held the title, not England, Wales, even though he held the Kingdom of Wales title, since he didn't control any of it de facto, the title was automatically destroyed on last succession, I'm guessing. So I had a little worry there that we were still in Confederate partition, in which case the title would be remade again and then split from us on succession. Luckily we did change to normal partition, so we only have to worry about the 3 kingdoms we already have. Still, 3 is easier to manage than 4. How far are we away from... Ugh. Oh, that is a really nasty side effect. So we've been the King of Brittany, which we renamed Cornwall, for long enough now that the Duchy of Cornwall is now considered a de jure part of Brittany, and Brittany is a de jure part of Francia, which means we have this disgusting thing on the de jure map mode now. That's actually really annoying as well, because that means we need 2 more counties to create Britannia, because we're 2 counties down. Because Britannia is now smaller. We need 6 more. We're going to gain 2 from this war, so it'll only be 4 more. It's not that bad. Still, it'd be nice if Cornwall still counted towards that. I can't believe that. It's just so disgusting. It's a bit of a pattern, really, because Spain have, like... Well, Hispania has taken the bottom left part of France. So they've taken the bottom left part of Britannia. So when we form Britannia, we should now try and take Denmark as well, just to continue the trend of stealing each other's bottom lefts. Yeah, we'll easily finish this siege before them, no point even really checking that. And then we'll go kick their asses a second time. I don't think it'll be enough to stack wipe them, because we don't outnumber them that much more still. Or at least not much more than we did before. But we'll certainly still do a lot of damage to them. Do we want to change things up a bit here? We could either stay on the martial lifestyle and start going down the strategist tree, which I don't think I've actually done on stream yet. Even though it is a very decent enough tree. It gives you a lot of bonuses to actually, like, controlling your armies, makes them faster and more effective. Or do we want to focus on a different lifestyle entirely? Don't know which one we'd go for, because we're not struggling with money at all, so it'd be a bit pointless going for stewardship. Diplomacy could be nice, I guess. Give us some more bonuses. Maybe if we make some friends, we can get friendly council, get some bonuses to our stats. Or skill points, I guess the game calls them. I'm not sure, maybe we do just stick to martial. For lack of needing anything else, just stay on what we're already doing. Stick to what we know and love. I don't really want to finish off the gallantry because all 4... Well, these 3 perks don't really do anything for me, so it'd basically be burning away 3 perks for one final perk, which isn't even that good. The prowess and martial is nice. I guess so is the prestige, but we don't need the prestige. We don't really care about the attraction. We're already a decent enough commander and marshal, so... Yeah, I'd rather just gain the direct bonuses from these perks instead. I'm now playing Planetary Annihilation again, so the confusion is back. Amazing. How long was it ago from when I said I got to go a bit? I don't know, maybe 20 minutes, Hoy? I'm not sure. You're probably still able to scroll up in chat, unless you close the window. Oh god, I need to do this battle. Didn't notice we finished sieging. You said got to go for a bit at... Oh, let me have a look in OBS, it'll say it there. Where is it? Gotta go for a bit at 1907. It is now 1948, so 40 minutes ago. A lot longer than I thought. Close the window. Close the window? Oh, you mean you close the window so you can't check how long, right. There's no point sending a letter to the prisoner here because he's our rival, so we don't really care about cheering him up. Let's just take I feel accomplished. We now know Irish, which is good. We don't need to learn any more languages now, really, I don't think. Yeah, because we only need to learn Goidelic for the Irish and Gaelic parts, English for the Anglo-Saxon parts, and then the Welsh, Cornish, Cumbrian and Breton parts we already speak Brythonic. 40 minutes. I know that went by really quick, actually. And I only done half of the thing I had to do. I have more time, don't worry. Do what you gotta do, Hoy, I don't mind. I understand you can't be here for the entire stream all the time. Did they run away? I wasn't paying attention because I was talking. Looks like they did run away. I can designate a guardian for Prince Hoy. How fitting, we were just talking about you, Hoy. Learn Dutch. I could do. I think we have like 5 slots for learning languages because we're quite smart. It'd be pointless though. Who do we want to teach Hoy? He's currently geared towards stewardship and learning. As our son, I actually don't mind either of those. Learning can be good for development, piety, research. Stewardship can be good for money and domain size. I think we might have to make Hoy into a bit of a nerd and go for learning instead. Because frankly, at the moment, we'd get more use out of research and development than we would making money and building. Martial, Knight, you would actually do badly in a martial education, Hoy. Like, pensive is the opposite one, I think. Oh no, it's a neutral one. So pensive children do well with learning and stewardship. They do badly with intrigue. Oh, it is like opposites there. You can actually see it. So these two are opposite that. But no, I want to make you into a nerd, Hoy. I'm sorry. I just want Knight. You'll probably still end up a Knight because you've got, by default, just +6 prowess from being a giant. So you'll still have better prowess than a lot of, like, average peasant people. Nerd Knight? Yeah, that's basically what we are now. Look, we have 24 martial and 23 learning. We've got a nice good balance between nerdery and gallantry. In fact, we could teach you and maybe try and share our ways, give you ambitious. Give you just. Yeah, actually, you know what? Let's do that. Let's teach you ourselves. Ah, they're running away again. Try and catch them. Maybe in Cambridge? Oh no. Maybe in Papworth? No, apparently not. Maybe in Hursingstone? We're gonna take attrition. Oh god, 500 men. I'm not willing to take that much attrition. Nah, let them get away this time. We need to take Berkshire now. I suppose being at war is a good way to burn our money away, costing us 26 gold a month here, so... I suppose it is a good thing we didn't spend all of it. Cannibal gives 2 prowess, does it? I think, yeah, it does, doesn't it? I remember looking at that quite a while ago. I suppose it's to represent the fact that in the middle of battle you could just start eating corpses. Even if you wouldn't actually do that, I suppose there'd be a reputation or, like, legends that you would. I would be delighted if your son Hoy could visit my court in Winchester. That would be a lovely idea. Don't drown, Hoy. Please don't drown. Mind you, it wouldn't be all bad if you drowned, because then we wouldn't have to worry about succession, because then we'd only have one son. So maybe drown? Maybe don't. I'll leave it up to you if you want to drown or not, Hoy. Though I suspect you wouldn't willingly want to drown. Ah, you've returned home safe and sound. That's fine. Just pretend I never said anything about drowning. My architect, Duke Centule, is lugging around an enormous sack and grinning all the while. I wince as it scrapes and scratches my throne room's floor. My lord, I have done something very naughty, but I have a feeling it will delight you. I expect to witness an obscenity as he opens the bag, but inside I see nothing but a large rectangular hunk of rock. This is the cornerstone from your sworn foe, Duke Roggenwald's castle. Now all the symbolism of him laying it is gone. Oh, and there's not what you can even do about that, because he's in our prison already. Let's build a pigsty with it. Opulent pigsty. Plus 10 dev growth for 15 years. Don't know why I nearly said 20 then. Excuse me. That is really good. I want it proudly displayed. We can then gain an artifact, which is really worthless. Plus 1 powerful vassal opinion. Stop becoming rivals. But that's not that bad, actually. If we could end the rivalry and then set him free, he'd probably appreciate that, have a good opinion of us again. But then again, having him in prison does guarantee whether he likes us or not, he can't do anything, so... I like how he is bowing to you. Oh, the guy bowing here, I'm pretty sure that's our steward, not the guy in prison. Meanwhile, you are just a chair. Yeah, I'm not actually in court right now because I'm busy leading our armies against England, so I guess this is actually my wife, the Queen, answering on my behalf. Why did you bring me this detritus? Throw it out. No, let's build a pigsty out of it. Why not? Get some good development growth in the capital. Don't know if anyone's noticed, by the way, as well, but we're actually at 89 followers now, which means 100 followers is, you know, it's not that far away. And I've been wondering, do I need to do something when I get 100 followers? Should I, like, celebrate and do a special stream? It could be nice. It'd be a nice idea, and maybe even serve as a way to get even more followers. But, I know, I just feel like 100 is quite a big, monumentous number, a good milestone, so maybe it would call for some celebration. Maybe it could just be a big playing with viewers stream where I play a game for like 15 minutes, like whatever anyone requests, and just like bounce between playing games with everyone. Like the TF2 with you, Hoy, Planetary Annihilation with Brat, whatever. Or maybe I could do like a charity stream, because there is actually built-in like Twitch feature to do a stream for charity. Like they have all of it built in, like so it like has an integrated donations thing that goes straight to charity and all that. That could be a wholesome way. Get stream with other people in games. Oh, stream with other people. I mean, I could maybe, depending on who. I don't think any of my like IRL friends would be up for it really. Maybe a couple, but it, you know, wouldn't really be like appearance with Lanky for a few hours. I don't think that. I mean, that'd depend on Lanky if he wanted to play or not. But you've also got to consider the fact that different types of streamers here. Like I've played like mostly strategy games, and while I do touch on other games now and again, which has been fun, there's still a bit of a conflict in interests and viewership there, I feel. We said we were going to fabricate a claim after we converted Oriel. I guess fabricating on London is like the best place we could do, and then maybe from that we can get a claim on all of Essex. What if I tried doing a 24-hour stream? That'd be a bit extreme. And probably kill me. Maybe not. Random games are fine. I personally don't mind playing, like, different games on stream. It's just, viewers clearly do. Especially if you change games too quickly, so you don't play one for long enough, then you really suffer for viewer retention at this size. Like, big streamers can do it because they have loyal viewers that watch just for the creator. But at my size, I'm relying on people like checking randomly on the front page, and they tend to be here specifically for the game I'm playing. In which case, if I change off that game, I basically lose the viewer. And I have to gamble again on if I'll get a new viewer for the new game. I remember you did a farming sim stream. I think that is like highlighted, isn't it? Like, I have 4 streams highlighted. One is like a CK3 one I did. And then I think another one is from like a few years ago when I played Farming Simulator as a one-off. That was a bit of a crappy stream. That was in a bit of a phase where I was really enjoying playing Farming Simulator off-stream, but it really just felt super awkward on-stream. We stole the delicious face of our Lord and Saviour Jesus Christ in that siege, by the way. A collection of saffron cakes that bear resemblance. It's like an ambulance, but for finding things that resemble other things. The resemblance. 3 kingdoms. Yeah, I have 3 kingdoms. What of it? Feels a bit of a segue unless you're talking about something else. Yeah, let's just leave that to rot. We don't really care about that. Retake it. Retake it? Retake what? Have I just, like, completely, like, forgotten or blinded something here? I don't have a clue what you're talking about, Hoy. Retake it. What did I lose? Did I... I can't think of anything. I'll have... Free Kingdom stream highlight. Oh! Total War Free Kingdoms. Right. Okay, I thought you were talking about, the Free Kingdoms we control of Brittany, Ireland, and Scotland. We've won the war, by the way, but we're still going to ransom this guy first, because that won't affect war score. And it's a bonus 50 gold. And oh, and I retook the Face of Jesus, yeah. Well, I didn't retake it, I just acquired another one, because I think we let our first one rot as well. We certainly didn't give it away to a random Englishman in Gloucestershire, if we did give it away. There we go, we took Huiche. Which is a bit awkward for us, actually, because he is going to want control of Wiltshire. Yeah, mine's 25 opinion because he doesn't have Wiltshire. I did keep saying Wiltshire would be a temporary one we control. It'll be a shame to lose this from Stonehenge, though. I don't really want to give it away, to be honest. Maybe we just try and suffer through the minus 25 opinion. We can give him Oxfordshire. For the time being, I don't mind him also having Buckingham, which is what will happen, just because we don't have all of Essex yet. However, we will have to sort that out later. No, he's happy with us now just for giving him that. But yeah, we won't hand over Wiltshire yet. And we'll make him pay more taxes. That's funny. So, he's married matrilineally to the insular Hasteining woman here. She has a claim on the Danelaw as well, that's funny. But Danelaw doesn't even exist anymore, woman. Didn't you get the memo? Cornwall has grown. Excellent. And yet again, we are rich because I did take the papal sugar daddy loan. I took it very idly without mentioning it, just on autopilot again. Apparently, when the Duke of Wessex dies, that we will lose land, but I don't think we will because when he dies, it's just going to pass over to our other vassal, this guy. Not even our vassal, his own vassal, so that really just won't make a difference. I don't know why it's highlighting him when I click it. It's just not true at all. Oh god, I want to pronounce that and read it for the glory of Cornwall, but I regret to say that if I try read that, I'm almost certainly going to mispronounce it. There's probably Cornish, Hoy, because I know the first word is Cornwall in Cornish, or Welsh, or... well, yeah, probably Cornish. But yeah, it's good to have you, King of Kerno. I'm guessing it's Kerno. Apologies if it's mispronounced. Glad to see you in chat, though. I'll just have a quick look and see if there's any children I can name. Maybe we have a grandson now? We don't have any new children. Godslayer is already our granddaughter, and we haven't had any new babies since. As I've said before, you can only name... oh dear. I don't know if you're memeing at this point, King of Kono, but I only speak English, so apologies for that if I've misled you in any way. I hereby invite you to a feast at my court in Coloncaster. Why not? Yeah, I don't know what you're saying in chat there, sorry about that. Ah, what kind of meat is this? So rich in flavour. What are these vegetables? Almost sweet. And oh, and these wonderful little desserts. The feast has some of the best food I've ever tasted. Life reaffirmed, baby. Amazing modifier. That's the best spelling for pronunciation. It means Cornwall forever. Ah. Well, I hate to say, but I'm glad you speak English as well. I was feeling a little bit awkward there. by chance I misled someone that somehow only knows Cornish, whatever, and they just came across this thinking I was a Cornish streamer. Literally going to Cornish dictionary because I couldn't find good Cornish translators. What started as an ordinary feast, we've read this one before. Oh, we've become friends with the vassal now. Excellent. Yeah, King of Connaught, as soon as I have a baby, which I can name, I will put you in the game. I promise you that. We'll have to wait for the time being, though. Oh, perfect timing. So this is my grandson. Amazing. Good timing. King of Connaught. Yeah, this is the game so far, if you're curious, since you have just joined us. It's going quite well. I played quite slowly at my own pace here, but we have accomplished pretty decent things. We had a couple of good plays at some point. For example, when we took all of Scotland in one go, when we took Munster, that was a pretty satisfying event. I'm in Truro, only city in Cornwall. Not sure why Helston is in game, but not Truro. Yeah, we actually built Helston. That was an empty holding, but we decided to build the city there. I've heard of Truro, but I have to confess I don't know where exactly it is. If you're saying Helston is in the game but not Truro, I'm guessing it's within the same sort of space here in the very end of Cornwall. I feel suddenly under pressure now because I have to perform better for an actual Cornish person. No, we don't want to found the Holy Order. The game keeps really making me wanting to do that. Did you like how there was no pause between those two sentences then? I don't know how or why I did that. Bang in the middle. Ah. So like... Yeah. So like here, in what is just a forest in CK3. Between Helston and Tintagel. Yeah, so I am bang on here. Right. Maybe there's like more historical significance to Helston than there is Truro. I'm not sure. You probably know better than I on that. Historical relevance? Yeah, that's what I was just thinking. Like maybe some more major events happened in the Middle Ages in Helston than they did in Truro. Assuming either of them were either a thing at this point. I remember because in CK2... and maybe in CK3 as well, Newcastle isn't a thing, which one of my friends at uni was annoyed about, because he's from Newcastle. Yeah, there's no Newcastle. There's Bebenberg, and there's Lindisfarne. There's Dunholm. But there's no Newcastle, and I think that is also down to historical relevance. Wait, Mech, I know what you're going to do at 100 followers. Is that the Waluigian Manifesto, by any chance? I'm going to say here and now, Hoy, I'm sorry to disappoint, but I won't read the Waluigian Manifesto. If I do, it'll be a quick 2-minute segment in something more meaningful. I wait patiently on my throne for the arrival of Duke Cormac. Though the Duke has clearly practiced the Brythonic vows, he mispronounces several sections, humorously changing their meaning and leaving my courtiers stifling titters. Good effort, Cormac. It's not an easy language. But I have a question for you, King of Connaught. How do you feel about the fact that in CK3, Cumbrian, Welsh, Cornish, and Breton all have the same language? I get that they're all descended from the same Brythonic language roots, but how do you feel about them being the exact same language in CK3? Because even to me, as an Englishman, that seems a little bit weird. I guess for the sake of gameplay, though, it minimises the amount of languages they had to add to the game. Like I say, there is at least the common ancestry in the language. But I don't know how different Cornish, Welsh, Breton, and Cumbrian actually are. I know, at the very least, today, there's like almost just dialectic differences, but I don't know how far that goes and how far it could be considered as to be a different language entirely. But maybe that's something you can answer for me, King of Connaught? It's odd, as they all have different spelling, grammar, and accent. Okay, so yeah, that does sound significant enough to be beyond mere dialectic changes. Are we off to a feast? Yes, why not? I'm still happy to go to feasts because we're not, like, obese yet. However, as soon as we start looking a bit chubbier or we get the obese modifier, I'm going to stop. For now, though, it's just a good opportunity to make more friends out of our vassals. How long is it going to take to fabricate on London? 10 months left. I nearly looked when it was 11 months left again. Again, the game wants me to found a holy order. It's not happening. Maybe it's time to convert to Lollardy, though. Oh, by the way, Hoy, the new Lollardy emote got approved yesterday, I think. So I now have the CK3 version as well. Where is that? Lollardy there, this like sort of bluish grey cross. We now have that as an emote. How much would it cost to convert out of curiosity? We could do it right now. And would you look at that? Almost every single one of our vassals would convert with us, except one vassal which is our rival and is already in the dungeon anyway. Thanks, Hoy. Nice emote showcase there. I mean, in EU4 you have Carpathian, Hungary, Wallachia, Nitria, Transylvania for a culture group. Yeah, that is a bit of a weird one, isn't it? Especially Hungary, considering its totally different routes to everything else around it. When I play, I invade Wales as soon as I get Somerset, Dorset, Wiltshire and Hampshire. We went about this a little bit cheesier. We took advantage of the fact that in CK3, the Petty King of Cornwall and the Petty King of Brittany share the same dynasty. So they are of House Poa, we are of House Cernot. But in CK3, they're both part of the Prydain dynasty, which, as I've explained before, is probably just a nod to the fact that Brittany was founded by Britain refugees when the Anglo-Saxons invaded. But from a gameplay perspective, it's just a bit cheesy, because all we had to do was get more men than them, and then we just did claim title, and that's how we took over Brittany. And from there, it was a lot easier to get ducal vassals as well, so we expanded into Wales and Ireland. And then Scotland, and then we've only just started attacking England, because they were still fairly strong. Not anymore, though. Now they are really quite pathetic. Even with, like, fully restored levies and stuff, they had 5k men in the last war we were in. Which, you know, we have more than double that. You have 4 emotes which are close to the same, then hype. Yeah, the hype one is just a Twitch default which you're able to add. I added that because there was no wait time when getting it approved, since obviously it's a Twitch default one. And it just felt a bit weird having no emotes for a while all the others were getting approved, so I figured I'd at least add that one. Lanky likes to use that one a lot, because Lanky is actually a Twitch Prime sub. So whenever he comes along, he likes to use that one, I've noticed. Scotland also had the same dynasty. But that's not as a result of the starting situation. Like, Brittany and Cornwall start with the same dynasty. Scotland only ended up with our dynasty just because of luck, I guess, through marriages and whatnot. I was going to say or do something else then, but I got distracted talking about how we took over Brittany. What was I going to say? Let me have a scroll up and see. Huh. I can't remember. Oh well, I'm sure it'll come back to me if it was important. For now, though, let us try and find more stuff to spend money on. I can try and get a better crown. Because the one we made at the start of the stream is mediocre at best. Excuse me. Well, nothing seems to be happening at the moment, so why don't we just have a little look around at our characters, see how everyone's doing. Robert, our player heir, son and friend, is a pretty crummy character. He is gout-ridden as well, which isn't great. Bit of a chance he could die before we do, in which case it would pass straight onto the King of Cernot, which would be quite fitting. We've got a new martial perk. Okay, let's go for movement speed. We have our daughter, Princess Papaya, who we married off to Great Moravia. We don't have an alliance with them. Can we get a new one, though? We can. Good job I randomly decided to look at that, because that alliance could come in handy at some point. That said, we are quite safe, right? I remember now. I was looking at converting. And that's relevant to what I was just going to say as well. We have a lot of decent alliances all around Francia as well, which is our biggest threat here. So we have 13,000 men, Bavaria has 10,000, Leon have 5,500, Castile 3,000, Great Moravia 5,500. We are very safe right now. So, I think it is high time that we convert. For anyone watching that is confused or wondering why, I can tell you now, there is no practical reason whatsoever for us to convert to this, because, if I remember rightly, this is actually worse than Catholicism. It has pacifism, which is really not good for spreading the religion. We no longer get access to the papal sugar daddy. I think the only thing it has going for it, really, is that there's a couple of interesting virtues here, scholar and astute intellectual. Wouldn't go to me. I'm afraid not, Hoy, because the way succession works, it would go to the son, and then it would go to your eldest son, and then if your eldest son also has a son, it'd go to them first. You can see that here, the line of succession. So it always goes down the eldest branch first. I always make a new character who is pagan. Oh, as in, like, actually just pagan. The one that is just called pagan. Like, nothing specific. I think they use that as a placeholder, don't they, for if you go far back enough in the history of titles in England. Did I go past it? Ah, here it is. Yeah, paganism, this one. That's a pretty cool idea. I don't do many games as custom characters. I probably should try it once. It could be really fun to do one as a actual pagan once. We can't convert to this because it is a dead religion, so it would cost 500% more piety, 200% more from being a different religious family entirely, 500% from converting from an organised faith to an unreformed faith. So somehow I doubt we're ever going to be able to convert to paganism as this current character. Get an alliance with the Vikings in England and you can keep the Saxons at bay. That's a good idea because, yeah, they're fellow pagans. So, yeah, that is actually quite practical, actually. That was going to be the second thing I raised then. I was going to say, but is that actually a feasible thing to do, or do you just get Holy Ward straight away? But I suppose if you're working with the Vikings, that is more than feasible. But where are we? Not Cornwall, Lollardy. If we convert right now, we get all of our vassals except the one in prison. And we're pretty safe from Holy Wars for the time being, because we have our vassals who would almost certainly join us in a defensive war. Oh, it does have this going for it. Lay clergy, so we could fulfill our domain limit by using churches instead of just castles. That's an upside. Anything else that's interesting? Same-sex relations are shunned rather than criminal, I think, because I think in Catholicism it's criminal. Oh no, it's shunned. We can actually compare here. Clerical marriage changes because Lollardy doesn't have clerics, because it's lay clergy. Again, what is Lollard good for? Basically just the fact it's lay clergy, so you can own your churches directly rather than relying on bishops, Hoy. But that's basically it. The only reason we changed in CK2 all those years ago was just because it was a spur-of-the-moment thing, I guess. Like, Catholicism was weak and we was looking for a reason to betray our Catholic neighbours, so I think we converted to the next available heresy, which happened to be Lollardy. Literalism and aniconism. Temple construction time and cost. That's not... I mean, I suppose you can get use out of that if you're the one controlling the temples, which you would be. Literalism is meh. You can debate with people over piety, which isn't that useful, really. And that's why scholar and intellectual are virtues as well, so there isn't much to begin from that. Yeah, like I say, I'd argue that it's really only lay clergy that's the only decent thing about Lollardy, and you can basically change any religion to have that anyway if you just created a new one. But for the sake of continuity and the meme, let's do it. With my decision to convert to Lollardy, I arranged for a priest to come to my court and conduct the rites. With the fate of my immortal soul in question, I can only pray that I have made the right decision. Metaphysica aside, I can take comfort in knowing that the majority of my realm stands united under God, a true Lollard realm. Can I get an emote in chat, please, Hoy? You'd love to see it. We might as well keep this guy around. He's a decent, learned guy, and there's no reason not to have him in our court, especially when he has a good opinion. There you have it. We've converted to Lollardy, finally. And the fun thing about this is we actually start in control of one of our holy sites because we already controlled Kent, so we have Canterbury. I think we actually have all the same holy sites of as Catholicism. We do. Yeah, we even have Santiago and Cologne. But somehow I don't think we'll be conquering them anytime soon. There we go, thank you, Hoy. Very good. Well, that's that. We could actually force convert the one vassal that didn't, because he's in our prison, so negotiate release, demand conversion. That is a possibility. We could also banish him. Oh god, you know what? If we banished him, I think we'd get all of his money. Surely not. Because I know when you banish some people, most people, you get their money. But I don't know how it would work with him, because he's like a landed vassal here. I've never really done it. Wouldn't Lollard have more in England, due to Lollard being mainly in England in the region? I guess Paradox just haven't filled that in. I know some heresies do have more dynamic ones, so if you look at Catharism, they actually have one in the south of France, because that's where the Cathars were most prominent historically. So yeah, it's a little bit of a shame that there isn't more in England here. I suppose there is already Canterbury, so that's one. Oh, that's a thing as well. Since the most recent major update, you can create a Head of Faith title now by only controlling one holy site, rather than the 3 what you needed before. So we can create the Head of the Lollard Faith. In essence, this would give us a new papal sugar daddy. He'd just be poor all the time, because we'd be the only ones paying him money. Just like that, easy as pie. Wasn't an event or anything. I imagine there might be one when we unpause, but to be honest, I didn't actually mean to click it then. I was going to hover over it and show the requirements. I think the requirements were 500 gold and control one holy site. But now we have it. The Cornish Lollard Pope, Pope Brock of the Lollard Papacy, I was going to say then, for some reason. Oh no, the money you desperately needed. Create the Holy Cornish Order. Oh, I'll do that next. Oh shit, you know what, Hoy? I don't know if we'll be able to because we're pacifists. Let me have a look. Holy Orders. Found Holy Order. Oh, you can. You just need 1,000 piety. So yeah, we'll definitely save up to doing that. Do we get an event? There's the event. Brock is declared Pope. Fought the righteousness of our faith. Though the righteousness of our faith was never in doubt, the period of time we have been forced to endure without a spiritual leader has been trying. At long last, this ordeal is over, however, as the clergy have convened to elect Brock as the one true pope. With the faithful finally unified behind a single leader, it seems as if a new golden age for Lollardy is upon us. Woo! Glory to God. Yeah, Lollards are the best. But not we could actually, you know, reform Lollardy. We could make, you know, Lollardy but better, and like tend to be Jews and make it neon pink on the map. But I think for now we're happy as just plain old vanilla Lollards. Why is the music for that so epic? Because it's a monumentous occasion, brat. So long without a pope, I know. How did we cope for all those, like, seconds without having a pope? Never heard such epic music in this game when there's much more epic things happening. When there's a crusade declared or a holy war, that's pretty, like, epic music. But yeah, I was looking at this guy because I was considering, do we want to try and banish him? I'm not sure how that would work though, because I haven't done it on a landed vassal like this before. I didn't know it was an option. Like, would it just pass on to his son and then his son would hate us? Because, like, if you... I know it's a cheesy strategy to imprison your archbishop and banish him, because he gets all the money from your realm and it actually passes on from archbishop to archbishop. So that's a good, easy and cheesy way to get, like, 2 grand. But it's different with him because he isn't landed. But that is a thing now. Our court chaplain really is irrelevant because he doesn't control any territories anymore, so he's not even going to have any money. He's more of just a spiritual advisor now. Deus Volt.mp4 times 1000 in CK2. But yeah, we can now control our churches, and we already are. The game's automatically done it, so we now control Barnstaple directly. Unfortunately, we chose to build a city in Helston rather than a church because we figured we'd get more tax money that way. Yeah, and there's like no way you can destroy a holding and replace it with something else entirely, so we're stuck with that. Well, it's still not bad that we have 5 holdings out of Cornwall here. We have 4 castles and 1 church. We might have to look into changing the buildings in the church though. I don't know what... Ah, yeah, we definitely want a trade port for that dev growth. We'll keep the monastery. I think we'll just swap the hunting grounds out. And let me see, can you ask gold from the Lollard Pope? You can. And he would give it to us if only he had 696 gold to give. As the Lollard Pope, he is currently getting nothing, but I think that's because it needs to refresh. It hasn't been a day yet, or a month. I don't know how long it needs. Let's see. I'll let it tick over to January, and then maybe it'll show his actual income. Oh, we got lucky as well. We got a claim on all of Essex, so we'll do that. Can easily afford it. It's only worth... 3 counties, so yeah, that is probably worth it, actually. Nice. But we do have to wait 4 years for our truce to expire with England. Now, Lollard Pope, how much are you getting? 0 a month still, apparently. We could grant him one of our titles, you know, and... Would it make him our vassal, though? I think it'd probably make him independent, but then there would be the chance we could try and vassalize him. We'd probably have to try and do it diplomatically, though, but it'd be very hard. We could make the Lollard Papacy be based out of Wales. Oh, you know what would be cool, though? What if we gave the Lollard Papacy Canterbury, and then that can be like the Lollard Rome? No holdings? No. We created the title, but he doesn't actually have anything to his name. Right now, he's just wandering around. I guess in-game we can pretend that he is in our court, but as far as the game's concerned, he is a foreign ruler, so he can't be in our court. But like I said, you can make a vassal out of him because his rank is only ducal tier, and we're a king, so he can technically be our vassal. Give him Stonehenge. Do we want to lose out on 2 learning, though? Also, I didn't consider that'll have been a big part of why we were able to convert to Lollardy. 20%, that is quite a big deal. That would be quite a nice safe spot to have the Pope based out. Oh, no, that'd be complicated, though, because the guy, the Duke of Huiche, wants Wiltshire for himself, so that'd just be a bit more conflicting. Duke Kent. We're currently allied to Kent, so we can't really do anything against him. But we'll consider looking into that at some point. Maybe when this guy dies and we can try and provoke a rebellion so we can revoke his title. Oh god, I didn't even realise, but now that Cornwall is a de jure part of Brittany, everything else adjacent to it is now also spreading to become a de jure part of Brittany. 95 years for Munster, 96 years for Leinster, 95, yeah, these are all 95. Oh no, that one's 68 years, because I guess that already had a naval connection. Are we going to... We need 4 more counties to form Britannia. We're going to gain 3 from this, so we're going to be 1 county shy from forming Britannia. Ah, easy fix. We don't have to take it from England, we could just take it from Jorvik instead, so let's start fabricating on them now. And then we should also really start proselytizing, because we've currently got a lot of probably angry Catholics in our realm. Wait for what, like? Cornwall part of de jure Frank? Yeah, while you were gone I noticed that it is absolutely disgusting, I know. I'll show and explain that again in a second. The Lollard world was appalled to learn that my vassal Duke Alfred has been keeping a list of all who have ever wronged him, detailing the numerous ways he plans to get back at them and satisfy his lust for revenge. While scandals among the clergy are nothing new, it is disquieting for one to occur so close to home. Condemn him for his transgressions. Yes. Yeah, yeah, Cornwall... How many times did I say yes, then? Didn't know how to start the sentence. Cornwall is a de jure part of Francia, which is absolutely disgusting, as King of Connaught agrees. This has happened because Cornwall, like I just said, became a de jure part of Brittany, and then Brittany is, of course, a de jure part of Francia. So in turn, Cornwall is now also a de jure part of Francia. And the only way we can undo that is if we lose the Kingdom of Cornwall, don't become the Empire of Britannia, have our kingdom title be something like England instead, and then wait 100 years to de jure convert it back. But I don't think I really want to invest that much time and effort just for the sake of fixing this horrible mistake. We can now do an upgrade in Oakhampton, very good. I just invaded an enemy planet and he immediately launched 15 nukes at his own planet because I was on there, and to be fair, it was a very effective method of getting rid of me, but I can't imagine how much of his own stuff he destroyed. Scorched earth tactics, brat. It is the Soviet way. Maybe he's a comrade. We call that worth. Francia should just become a de jure part of Cornwall. Well, now you're talking. If we were to either form Britannia or create an entire new empire tile, which I didn't consider, maybe we do that. All of these. If we get 2 more counties, which we will do when we take Essex, we could form a new empire entirely, so rather than go for Britannia, we could make the Empire of Cornwall. But, as tasty as that sounds, I do still want to go for Britannia, because then we actually have all of this as de jure from the get-go. We wouldn't have to wait for making England a de jure part of our new empire. Oh, but no, actually, if we did create a new empire with our current titles, that would then steal Cornwall from Francia. So it would be the other way around. Cornwall would once again be de jure part of an empire based in the British Isles. Furthermore, Brittany would then also be based in that empire, so it'd be like a complete swap. So rather than a little bit of blue in Britain, it would be a little bit of our colour in France. Oh, I like the sound of that, actually. I think you can still reclaim Britannia with, like, any title, right? You just have to control the region. It doesn't... Yeah, you just have to control everything in the glowing border, and then you can reclaim Britannia. It doesn't matter what your title is. So, if we found a new empire, that could fix the ugly de jure issue we've just discovered. I want Empire of Cornwall, but the whole thing is Prydain. Yeah, that's what I was thinking as well. I want the satisfaction of controlling Britannia and having it be called Prydain because we're Celtic. Of course, we could just rename our own empire to that and do whatever, but it wouldn't be the same. It wouldn't be complete, if you know what I mean. It just we know in our hearts that it is not the true Prydain. At least not until we de jure drifted England into it as well. Then, of course, it would be, because Britannia wouldn't even exist on the map. I really don't know. Someone's trying to kill my prisoner Maud. Not Maud. Oh, can't believe they're trying to kill Maud, the Princess of England, which we really don't care about. Can we ransom any of our prisoners, actually? Who is she? An unlanded woman with claims. Sounds dangerous to me. It had to be done. How about you, Invar? Gain stress because we're just... I don't want to do that too many times. I was fine doing it with that one woman for the sake of gaining control, but maybe not all of these people. King of England is still in debt. Have we just had it paused the entire time since I finished that war or something? I need time to progress. Yeah, I can't believe we did it. We actually converted to Lollardy today. I wasn't planning on doing that. I was just trying to focus on taking Britain, but I suppose we are pretty safe, like I pointed out. We are currently funding the inspiration to make a new crown, and she wants a source of inspiration. Let's go to the Great Hall and have a look around. You game ruined them, maybe? Debt trapping? No, they're gaining 4 gold a month, so it is just... Yeah, look. So they're in minus, it's just they haven't recovered since the war yet. This character has an infamous court dreaded for its awful stench. Befitting of the grandson of... Oh no, the great-grandson of King Edward the Smelly. For some reason, the English in this game are just perpetually stinky. Okay. I shall leifwin around my grand hall, taking great pride in its luxury and the various riches on display. Argantalind insisted on coming and watches from afar, wincing each time an object is improperly handled or misidentified. The metalsmith pauses as though awestruck, examining my Queen Duce's regalia. That is the one we do currently have equipped. Ah, very fine, my liege. Could I use its metal? No, you're just having a look. What is that one purple culture in the Rhineland? Purple religion? Probably Walden's. Yeah, no, it's Orthodox. Oh no, it's not Orthodox, it's Massalianism. I think that does spawn in the world, like, naturally in one of the bookmarks. I think it's over here or something, like it's a far eastern take on Christianity. I don't know, its holy sites are all here in the Middle East. Yeah, that is an interesting find. I don't know how you spotted that, Hoy. It's just this one... Oh, it's a one-county minor as well, and the one person in charge of it isn't even Massalian. It is literally just the people they're in charge of are for some reason not Catholic. I imagine the ruler in the past there converted at some point, and we just didn't notice. A rival I didn't know I had just died. That's fine by me. We're fabricating a claim on the North Riding, that's fine. What do we want to do then? Do we want to form Britannia and be the one true Prydain? Or do we want to... Oh, you know what I said? I said, if we were to form a new empire, then Brittany would automatically be a de jure part of that new empire and it'd switch it around. However, if we also just formed Britannia, since we start off controlling the full kingdom of Brittany, it would start de jure drifting back anyway. It'd take 100 years versus it being instant if we created something new. But it would eventually happen. Not gonna lie, fuck Catholicism. I mean, it's hard not to see purple in a sea of white, that is true. I was just messing around with Payday 2. I bought a minigun for almost 1 million, was very good to use, and I got a nice shotgun that I rarely use. Minigun sounds fun. Like I said earlier, I don't really like Payday 2, but I played enough of it to know that there are 2 ways to play, loud and quiet. And judging by the fact that you bought a minigun, I'm guessing you play loud. Over here, my lord, we got a new crown. Let's see, actually. Current one we have is 0.12 prestige and independent ruler opinion, which is basically 0.1 for prestige, and then 1% cheaper buildings. Well, even just for the more prestige, I'm happy to wear the Prydain crown. Yeah, it's foreshadowing, Hoy. Just pretend it isn't named after the dynasty. Pretend it's named after Prydain. Orthodox Berlin seems weird. I don't know, I see it in quite a lot of games, like just places randomly converting to Orthodox. I'm not sure why or how it happens. I think it's mostly in places like this was clearly not Catholic at the start. In fact, I know for a fact, at the start of 867, this is all the Slavic religion and Vidalis. These guys tend to, when they do convert to Christianity eventually, it isn't always Catholicism. So I guess that's what's happened here. They convert to Orthodox instead. I don't know the details surrounding pagans converting to Christianity, though. It clearly does happen, though, because we started in 867, and just look at the map. Like, this entire area, which isn't Catholic at the start, that is now almost entirely Catholic. There's still those, like, random Vikings hanging around, and there's, here, a few Slovianskan pockets, but for the most part, these guys have been fully Christianized. They do be min-maxing EU4. Ugh. We can change Duke Hallock's contract. That is the Duke of Kent. Ah, the Duke of Kent's died. Maybe, then. Oh, shit, he's part of our dynasty. How did that happen? He inherited it via abdication. So we conquered Kent on Eldred's behalf. He's ruled it for 10 years, and then now suddenly for some reason he was forced to abdicate in favour of his son, who is a member of our dynasty because we made him matrilineally marry our giant niece. Take Kent, don't care, Pope. I burn Catholics at the stake, bit extreme. 20 tyranny, but we could do it. 100% guaranteed he would forfeit it. Right, so I'm almost certain the Pope isn't automatically going to be our vassal. I think he is going to be independent and just control Kent. However, we can probably vassalize him at some point. But for the sake of this just being interesting and sort of making sense, I guess actually rule of cool, we're going to give the Lollard Papacy Canterbury. Yeah, look, he is independent. Bright purple on the map. I think we would have actually been able to edit the title as well if it wasn't landed, but now we've ruined that. And the head of my religion is Merlin. Amazing. But yeah, now we have the Lollard Papacy that is landed. Offer vassalage would be minus 210. Apparently his realm is distant from mine. That might just be a bug. I lay update. Offer. Oh, what do you know? Hello? There we go. Greetings, my amicable liege. I accept your gracious offer of vassalization. I like how the Lollard Pope just looks like an ordinary dude. It does make sense because we have lay clergy, so he shouldn't be like a special bishop or anything. But okay. So we now have the Lollard Papacy as a vassal, which is good because if we do somehow spread Lollardism, he'll start getting the taxes from everyone else, and then he'll be paying a share of that taxes to us. I think. I might be misunderstanding the tax system here. At the very least, he's going to be giving us the taxes from Kent, which is fine by me. Can we also now edit his title? We can. We could edit this if we want. I think we just change this to a nice, like, dark steely blue or something, because that matches Lollardism better. Yeah, that looks fine. It's not quite the same shade of blue, but it's close enough. It's better than the bright pink, anyway. Ordinary hippies. From controlling Canterbury, by the way, we have +5 religious vassal opinion. Bit awkward because we don't have religious vassals anymore. Well, we do because we have the Pope, but no one else will. Sway scheme power. Oh, actually, no, that's not true. just because we can and do control the churches ourselves doesn't mean we can't grant it away like any other vassal. So we can still technically get use out of religious vassal opinion, it's just, why would we? We can upgrade the trade port now as well, which is good. We're still increasing development in Cornwall, which is starting to feel a little bit redundant because we're getting quite high with that. Yeah, it really does stick out now, Cornwall. Like, it is on par with, like, Cordova, Rome, Constantinople, Baghdad, Isfahan, and then you got Cornwall. Weighty. The Holy Cornish Order. I need more piety for that, Hoy. I need more money and more piety to do the Holy Order. That'll have to wait. But I will save up. I'll try and remember. Can you make the Pope your chaplain? I don't think so. It's a bit strange because even though we have lay clergy, so not only, like, I think the alternatives to this one are you appoint your own or they are appointed by the head of faith. But you would think by being on lay clergy, that would mean you can appoint your own court chaplain, even though you have no clergy because you are the clergy. But apparently not. Lollardy does not have revocable clerical appointment doctrine. Here it is. Yeah, it's this. Clerical appointment, spiritual for life. The head of faith or clergy appoints all realm priests. Which doesn't make sense because oh, wait, no, we do have a head of faith now. So this guy does appoint all court chaplains. The realm priest or court chaplain have their seat for life, so we can't revoke it either. It would be cool if we could make the Pope our chaplain, though, and it would make more sense. But I guess, as far as the game's concerned, the Pope has appointed this guy to be our chaplain instead. Maybe the mates, childhood friends or something. Pants. Yeah, 100% pants. I agree. The name. I am going to add Kaysen, because Kaysen hasn't been in for a while. Assassination time. 7 learning. We could do it. 95% chance. We'd gain... whatever, we're gonna do it, because you both raise valid points. 7 learning isn't great, and even though it probably isn't going to appoint the Pope as the next one, it's still at least going to be better than 7 learning, hopefully. Maybe. Possibly. Truce with England is for 3 more years. Fabrication in Jorvik is 9 months. Not Jorvik, well, yeah, okay, no, it is Jorvik. And we were still swaying Duke Wolfgar for some reason. Ooh, what have we done to piss this guy off? He wants a seat on the council, he doesn't like our crown authority, and we're a tyrant. That's right, because we did just revoke Kent, like it was nothing. I guess he doesn't appreciate that. Let's try and cheer him up. I'm gonna go for a break for a minute, just because I want to refill my water and go for a toilet break. But I'll only be a couple of minutes, I won't be too long. Should I put on the BRB screen if it's only going to be for 2 minutes? I'm thinking it's probably not worth it, but it depends on if you want to just stare at a still screen of CK3 or stare at a BRB screen and have the cheesy music. Is that chaplain just a random generated? Yeah, I think it is. He's got no relations, he's a lowborn, it is just a randomly generated cleric to fill that role. Yes, BRB. Alright, yeah, well I'm going to BRB as well then. Now let's look at the map. Oh, that's a good idea, yeah, if I just do like full screen here, and then you can like maybe pick out bits. Yeah, I'll just leave it on the political one. That is a really good idea, thank you for that idea. But yeah, I'm going to go for a toilet break and to refill my drinks, so I'll BRB in 2 minutes. Enjoy looking at the map. I'm back. Is Iceland Francia? Yes, it is. I'm not sure why that happened, but it did. Iceland was like the first Viking place to convert to Christianity. They had a bit of a colony going in Yorkshire at one point. And then next time I looked, they were part of Francia. No idea why. Yeah, a bit random. Yeah, it's other than that, it's not too bad of a world, fairly normal looking. I quite like this curiosity. I've never really seen the Abbasid just shrink like that. I've seen the Abbasid die completely, or just survive, but never really seen them just, I guess, sort of shrink to one kingdom like this. Then we have two Khalid sultanates. Interesting. I like Blue Persia. That's a cool flag as well. Religions are all fairly normal as well, I think. Apostolic Russia here is interesting. I guess that's just spread from Armenia and whatnot. Georgia. And then cultures, I think of all the map modes likely to be different, it's least likely to be cultures. From my experience, the AI rarely converts cultures. Especially in my settings as well, they rarely hybridize or diverge either. And those are really the only times that they'll convert culture, when they've like just diverged or hybridized, then they want to establish their new culture more on the map, like Czecho-Bavarian here, which is all but totally replaced Czech. I like that they got rid of the life is just a joke one. So these are like Czechs, but they speak German, they have German heritage, and... in fact, yeah, these are basically just Germans that are living in Bohemia. Fair enough. Do you watch Lionheart at all? No, I don't. Is that a TV show? My son Hoy has just finished a lesson held by Ealdwulf on the management of the treasury and the gold therein. Hoy seems to have taken the lesson to heart with a reinforced sense of justice. He is constantly talking about how everyone, from the highest king to the lowest sorcerer, that is, sorcerer as in a person that's dishing out the sauces, not a magical sorcerer, plays their part in the economy of the realm. Well, just is good because I think just gives both stewardship and learning. Yeah, and that is exactly what we wanted from Hoy. Actually, no, we wanted martial and learning from Hoy, didn't we? Still, that's decent. Stewardship and learning. Streamer, his run-through has the Abbasids explode. Well, like I say, I have seen them explode a fair few times. Just get completely destroyed and they're not on the map anymore. But, yeah. Never really see them just decline like this. I think Just is by far the best option here compared to Callous and Greedy. Greedy's alright for the money, but I'd rather just have Stewardship because that's also indirectly more money. Not to mention Vassal Opinion as well, that's good. He's not currently in line to be the next king, but on the off chance he does, I think he's currently third in line. So yeah, a strong sense of justice will endear you to the people, I agree. Well, what are we doing now then? I guess we're just going to keep waiting for this fabrication to go through, and also the truce with England, which is, yeah, 3 more years. Apparently Barnstaple has finished construction. Yeah, I don't think we can upgrade this though. We need manorialism. Manorialism, you say? Halfway through that. We're currently focused on household soldiers though, to make sure we have the biggest, strongest armies we can get. I think that is right for our current priority, because even though we have these good alliances for now protecting us from any potential holy wars, one day we might not. In fact, we probably won't quite soon, because even if we still have a reason to ally these people, they might refuse on religious grounds. So it would be good if we can bulk ourselves up even more than we already have. Oh, we never did banish this guy. I'll see what it did. Banished landed rulers are deposed. I thought they were. And then banished courtiers have their assets seized, so we wouldn't get the money, and he would be deposed in favour of his heir, Rafak. So maybe there is no point doing that. I think the best course of action is to just leave him in there. Maybe we can have someone educate his heir, though, and convert them that way. Oh, that's a bit silly. We can't offer guardianship for his son because he's in prison. That feels like a bit of an arbitrary restriction. Surely we could, like, if anything, just have more free reign over offering guardianship, because he can't really do anything to stop us. He did a run-through where he was a Norse faction starting in Iceland and travelled to Sri Lanka and created a hybrid Indian-Norse culture, all which means Viking elephant warriors. I was saying that last stream, how, yeah, I've seen quite a few people do that, where they go to Sri Lanka or South India, because I think it's There was an achievement in CK2 called Legacy of the Indo-Norse or something, and I think it was basically the same thing where if you conquer India as a Viking. I think a lot of people like doing it in CK3 because you can recreate it and you can do it a lot better now because you can hybridize cultures, and the Vikings have their Varangian Adventure CB, don't they? So it's a lot easier and a lot more practical to do that now. But yeah, I have seen a couple of people do that or something similar. We can imprison Leifwin, apparently. Because of fornication. Yet again, another innocent soul here who is ripe for imprisonment just because she slept with a guy before marriage. Don't worry, love, we forgive and forget such crimes. My wife eagerly brings a woman before me. My king, allow me to introduce you to Wulfwin, a claimant to the earldom of Nottinghamshire. Nottinghamshire, eh? Well, let me move these out the way. Nottinghamshire is up here, right? Yeah, there it is. Well, we're not really going to need a claim on Nottinghamshire because soon we're going to just have Britannia and that'll be a de jure claim on everything in England. So, I mean, we could just have her in our court anyway. Wulfwin bows before me and says, "It is an honour, my lady." She's calling me a lady? Sadly, Nottinghamshire will most likely remain out of my grasp without a beneficiary on my side. It would disappoint... Oh, it wouldn't disappoint our wife if we turned her away, and we don't really care about her opinion, so... Yeah, good luck with that. And we have a son now as well. Definitely good fun to watch, not sure I'd be up for it. The furthest I've gone with a Norse run like that, a Varangian adventure, was one in North Africa where I made like a new Vandal kingdom. That was actually before hybridized cultures came out. But I think, yeah, it was after the Northern Lords thing came out, so I had the Varangian adventure. But it was before the culture update. And then I've also done one where... Okay, so I did a Varangian adventure and ended up in Sardinia. Then I had a sort of like Viking pirate kingdom dominating the Western Med, so I started colonizing and settling and conquering bits like Majorca and Sicily and Provence, North Africa, and I just had like bits and colonies all over the place. That felt very cool. And then eventually, after I solidified and consolidated all of it, I started moving into the Eastern Med. And from there I took on the Byzantines and moved my capital to Constantinople, where I then founded the Varangian Empire and the Varangian culture. That was a pretty fun one. I think that's one which a lot of people do as well, though most people probably do it more directly from like Sweden, down the rivers in Russia, and then just conquer Constantinople straight away. But still, I got there in my own roundabout way. Who do we name this child? I'm leaning towards Brat because Brat's last character died, I think. A while ago, apparently. Or did he rebel? Wait, no, I want to look at Dyford. Or... Title history... Hanguy, there he is. Yeah, Brat's last character died in 1027, which was quite a while ago. So let's just call him Pangai. This is another son as well, so one more son we have to deal with on succession. Fun times. I just need to give my nose a blow. BRB. I'll be like 2 seconds. I'm back. Sorry if my mic made a noise when I muted and unmuted, by the way. Rather than doing it through OBS, I decided to just press the button directly on it. Right, I just saw a thing for piety there, that just reminded me, we're trying to save up for a holy order, aren't we? 500 gold, 1000 piety. We lack both of them. So still quite a way to go for that. Oh, and we're trying to kill our current chaplain, aren't we? Yeah. There's currently 7 months left on that. And we're currently in line to do fairly well on it. 95%, the max you can get. Everything else is looking pretty rosy. Yeah, we're fine swaying this guy. Plus 16 opinion, that's pretty low. There might be lower, but... no, actually, everyone else is fairly happy with us. Ooh, this guy, the Duke of Cercin, minus 34. Definitely want to sway him next. Probably wait for this to go around once, so we haven't just wasted our time, and then we'll sway that guy instead. We got a massive disease resistance bonus. Thank you, wifey. While his numerous attempts to curry my favour have not gone unnoticed, I cannot feel but irritated by Duke Kinga's sudden interest in me. This is the Duke of Meath. Stress isn't great, though we can probably get rid of it quite easily from like a feast or a hunt. And if it means getting a friendship with one of our vassals, I'd say that's probably worth it. No, we didn't get the friendship, but we at least got a little bit higher opinion. I invite you to a feast. A chance to lose stress here, I'm actually going to take that. And we got a claim on the North Riding. Amazing. He's allied to Francia. No kidding. Damn. That is a huge alliance for Jorvik. What the hell? They have barely 1,300 men, 2 counties to the name, and they managed to pull off an alliance with the Frankish Empire. That is huge. How have they done that? Empress Mother Sigrid and Turkey Bergthorsen? So the... not the heir, but the son of the current Jarl of Jorvik has married the Emperor's mum, of all people. Interesting. I'm surprised they got the Emperor to agree to that. Or maybe the Emperor didn't even have a say in that. Maybe the mother just decided to marry on her own, and then they got the alliance. It's currently defending in a tyranny war, which... oh, it's only against one vassal on the opposite end of the Empire, and a weak one at that. I was a little bit excited there, because if we are going to end up at war with Francia, at least it could be good timing and they'd be in the middle of a civil war. But you know what? As scary as it is that we're going to end up at war with... struggling to get my words out. As scary as it would be to end up at war against Francia if we declared war on Jorvik, we could try and rush them. If we went straight for the capital and occupied the capital, the war score here alone might just be enough to like win the war before Francia can even get properly involved. And even if we can't just get it from the North Riding, if we then also occupied Lincolnshire, we'd occupy 100% of the realm of our primary target, in which case we would get 100% war score, I think. And by then, we'd probably have also won a couple of battles and maybe taken a hostage or two, so it should add up to 100. I'm gonna do it, because even if it does go all tits up and we need to call in allies, we do have plenty of strong allies to help us. So sure, let's take a chance here. Might push my luck as well, actually, and just try raise an army of just my men-at-arms and knights. Because we can still outnumber them with it. And then if it does drag on longer than expected... oh, they've bought mercs. 6,000 men... oh, shit, of course. They're Catholic, we're Lollard. They can now use holy orders against us. Ah, that is bothersome. Hello again, Hoy. Welcome back. Okay, this is a bit scary now. How long does it take for them to get there? 11 days, and then it's probably going to be like 3 days to get to there. I think that might be just enough time to raise our full army. Here's hoping. It's going up. Okay, we're safe now. I wondered how hot something to burn in order to be able to cauterize a wound. It's very random. Did you find an answer though? Shit. Even though we raised this army in our own territory, it has 0 supplies. What the hell? How... Even if we raised it in a spot where it's way over the limit like that, it should have started with 100 supplies. Why is it started with 0 supply? We've got really bad attrition. They're in the hills, defending a river crossing. They have defensive buildings and higher quality. Higher quality, you say? To me, that looks like it should average out at just 2 pips. Oh, but we're 1 pip. What the hell? Why are we only 1 pip? Are we, like, missing some blokes or something? I can't disband this 0-man army. Oh well. Why am I going back there? God. No, stop. Cease. Very messy instructions here. Oh, wait, we raised an entire army of just our levies, and not our men-at-arms for some reason. How the hell did that happen? We started by just raising the men-at-arms, so how were they the only ones excluded? Didn't find a concrete answer, like 100 degrees or either 500 degrees. Yeah, that's quite a variance. I'm going to wait for them to move, actually, because I want to just go around and go straight for Jorvik. There we go, plenty of time. So we're going to go for Jorvik, they're probably going to go for their own thing. I still don't know why we started with 0 supplies. 500 for electric? Okay. Can I ask why you were looking this up, Hoy? Do you have a wound that needs cauterizing? 100 degrees for like a metal plate. I'm sure KSM would probably have a good answer considering she's a medical student and she's going to be a nurse. Guest is dead. Ah, I killed my chaplain. Poisoned him. Our new chaplain is somehow worse. Guess we're killing another chaplain. We also need to convert faith as well, don't we? Like, really badly. We've only got a few pockets of Lollard. On the plus side, every single county that is ruled by a character is also almost certainly going to be using their chaplain as well to convert. So... all the capitals of our vassals that did convert as well, I think, by the way. Oh no, not all of them. But to make my point, the Duke of Northumbria is going to be using his chaplain to convert his capital, like, almost certainly. And then if he also had any vassals of his own, his vassals would also be using their court chaplain to convert their lands. Oh yeah, I already... yeah, I knew they were going to join the war, Hoy. Don't worry about that. I accounted for that. I figure we can try and speedrun Conquer Jorvik, because if we get, like, their capital, or even capture the ruler, but I don't think... yeah, he's leading the army. If we get their capital and take Lincolnshire, we would 100% occupy our primary target, so I think that would be enough to win the war. Oh god, the Icelandic are arriving. The Icelandic? What? I guess Iceland is also in this war for some reason. Just also allied with them. A negotiated alliance. Wow, not even a real alliance. I mean, unlike Brest, you can do this. Yeah, hopefully. I am a bit scared, because since Iceland has come over, maybe Francia is also going to come over in a second. As a fallback, I can call in Bavaria, which would be huge for us. And Castile and, you know, everyone else. That did just remind me, I saw we lost our alliance with Leon. It looks like we can't negotiate a new one. I guess we're just too distantly related now. Remember the Holy War against Brest? I remember those first two wars, which went terribly. Is it a large breach? No, a small breach. Now it's a large breach. Let's assault. 62%. There we go. And then if we can do that one just as fast, then the war should be over before we even see a single Frankish troop. We can ransom this child as well. Is he valuable? Nope. So let's get 25 quid for him. We're on quality as well for our marshal, so that is also in our favour. Not that that matters for just sieging. It would help if they were to attack us. Oh, they're probably going to unsiege the capital. That's a bit tedious. Oh no, they're going away for some reason. To nurture relationships between the next generation of rulers is a duty we should not neglect, says my queen. Some of your more influential vassals have children that I am certain Roberts, my 32-year-old son, would benefit from knowing. I love when this event happens like this. It's an event to have your children get along with another vassal's child, but it doesn't account the age of your own child, so we've got a 32-year-old son here that we're going to have, like, mingling with a 6-year-old or a 10-year-old, and they're going to become best buddies. Who do we want? Do we want Roberts to become friends with the 6-year-old heir of Munster, who is our rival at the moment? That could be interesting. Or the 10-year-old heir of Moray. I think that is way more valuable, because Moray is stronger than Munster. So yes, let us have Roberts befriend a 10-year-old. I've been playing Planetary Annihilation for 90 minutes, is that? Jesus. Because I had an opportunity to take down the enemy early on and I chose not to because I didn't want the game to be so short, but now he's actually gotten quite strong and I actually have to put some work in now. You're paying the price of your own... I was going to say hubris, but I guess it's more mercy, isn't it? You wanted it to be a fair fight. But yeah, let's have our son befriend a 10-year-old. I think that's a good choice. The same nuke self one. Albino heir. Yes. Very good. It's a shame we can't also have albinism become a common trait in our family, because then we could just have a family of albino giants, and that would be outstanding. Gotta wait for that large breach. I don't want to spend the manpower on assaulting it when it's only small. There we go. 7 days to do it, and this should end the war. Hey, victory! Enforce demands. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. We now have the sort of pseudo-Celtic name for York, Efrog. Can't believe there's a whole city full of E-frogs. Let's give this away to someone. How about a random noble? Yes, House E-frog. My mic hasn't broken, I'm just having fun for a minute. Please tell me there's a frog in this list. There's a gecko, we'll have to bet. There's a weird turtle frog. There's got to be a normal frog though, right? Go away, fly. Oh, frog. There we go. Oh, but it's E-frogs. We're gonna make them, like, goth. There we go. Yes, excellent. It's all coming together. How about a nice evil red background? Oh, yeah. And then we go for, like, yellow feet? Or... I don't know, black, and then golden eyes. Yeah, no, white eye. Yes, there we go. House E-frog. Perfect. And I appreciate the good use of the emote, Hoy. Really had to use the 3 layers. I know. Don't just... don't mention it. It's for the meme. I do like the coat of arms, though. That is a pretty cool looking frog. Engineered for destruction for that extra siege weapon effectiveness. That could be very useful. And now, how far away? Hold on, what? What happened here? How... Northamptonshire, eh? Title history. Inherited. Ah, the previous Lady of Northamptonshire was our Duke's mum. So we've just inherited another county, which means we're another step closer to Britannia. We need 2 more counties, and we're going to get 3 when we declare war on England in 19 months. I've been trying to work on a method to take this guy, but I'm not sure if it'll work yet. Now, you don't know until you try, and even if it goes wrong, you'll hopefully, maybe, possibly learn from your mistakes. So you can see it as a win-win. But I wish you the best luck in your tactics, I guess, Brat. I hope it works out. Our vassals are feasting. The culinary activity is fueled by my queen, Splaniel Radcliffe, and Leodfredo. Chance to lose stress? Sure. I can't wait for the next meal. Don't want to hold court. We're saving up money. Oh, by the way, Hoy, when I last held court, when you said, and then you went, I didn't actually end up spending any money because none of the options required it. So, that was fun. I did, like, please a couple of people, though. So I suppose that's good. 17 months. Oakhampton is now fully upgraded for Castle Level 1. Do we need to increase control here? Oh no, absolute. I just saw that for some reason the levies aren't maxed out. Lady Kristin of Merioneth wants to pay homage. And of course she has brought 50 quid, which we always love. I swear, why on my new PC, clipping is so shit. I noticed that half the time when you clip, Hoy, you end up making 2 clips. Like, one which you don't have a name for and it's longer, and then a second one where you've done it right and it has a name. Because I can see, like, every clip that gets made in my channel. There was one, I don't know if you're still here lurking, Godslayer, but you made a clip of a CK3 stream I did a few days ago, and you just called it I'm Sneaky. And I still can't figure out what you're clipping in that. But that's like my most viewed clip for some reason right now. To make my vassal Duke Stigand more susceptible to my attempts at approaching him, I can include a compliment. Yeah, why not? Unmatched people skills, that rarely goes wrong if you just pick that option. There we go. Our recent correspondence has been a source of joy. Told you. And now, yeah, we've got a pretty decent opinion with him, so let's go to Sursin. Or Kirkin. In fact, yeah, Kirkin sounds more Gaelic than Sursin. I don't know, that's a total guess. I am here, and I was trying to clip something, but it didn't work, and something else was there. So you had trouble clipping just like Hoyers. Okay. By any chance were you trying to clip your own character? Because I think the clip you actually made was just before or just after I showed your character off. I got the cursed clip. Well, I have to see what it is. Oh, I see what it is. Good title. We need not draw attention to that a second time. Jorvik is now reduced to just Lincolnshire, which is fun. Were these guys once the rulers of the Danelaw as well? Is it like... It's not the same house, because I know it was House Hastein that controlled the Danelaw. Oh no, these guys split off from Iceland, didn't they? Yeah, these are all Icelandic and... Okay. Yeah, so I was trying to show my friend my character through the clip. Speaking of your character, you do actually have another one now, don't you? You're my granddaughter at the moment, I think. Yes, let's increase Lady Kristen's taxes. Godslayer turret merch Robert 17. Ambitious, pensive, and quick. Pretty good traits going so far. You've also got a pet cat, apparently, which is nice. Still not as great as Mom when's dinner. Okay. Wait. Is that a lanky? Was that a lanky clear? 10 prowess for an 11-year-old. That's pretty good. I think that's more than Hoy, and Hoy's a giant. Yeah, Hoy is a giant, and he's got 1 year older than you, and he has worse prowess. Yeah, I have high hopes for your current character, Godslayer. You've got some good traits lined up already. Ambitious is, like, straight away my favourite personality trait. We've killed our second chaplain. Let's hope the new one is better than the previous two, but it's still only average learning. I really wish we could make the Lollard Pope our chaplain. That would... I didn't even consider that. Lollard clerics can marry all the same, so the Lollard Pope does have a child. Which is fun. During Kahoot Fortnite quiz. Decent. Keep. Yeah, I'm gonna keep it. I don't want to keep killing my chaplains anyway. Just look at your face here, Hoy. You just look so cartoonish. I took Hoy out playing with a bow, and to my surprise, he ran into a wounded doe. He later lashed out at me, thinking I had staged the whole encounter as some kind of test. I think you can become ambitious if you do this? Yeah, ambitious, but do we really want that from the younger son? We're trying to give you a learning education here. Sadistic would not help. Paranoid does not help. Ambitious is just +1 in everything, so that I suppose. Then show me that you could have felled the animal yourself. Prove that you're capable, Hoy. Lol, lard. See Kent Duchy name. Kent Duchy name? Yes, Kent. Yes, ambitious. I'm glad you approve. There's Lollard Papacy, which is his duchy title, his primary one, and then he also does have the Duchy of Kent, which I'm guessing you're not talking about, because that's very normal. Well, my character seems like a fucking anime character with the big head. You're getting constantly invited to meet your peers. Well, hopefully you don't drown. But then again, like I said before, it wouldn't be too bad if you drowned. I said nothing. But you are a giant, Hoy. Don't forget, you're just a totally normal 11-year-old that is like the same size as me, a 55-year-old man. Well, in vassal mode, it's Lollard Papacy. Yeah, that's when I click the title, yeah. Because that's his... He has 2 duchy titles. One is the Duchy of Kent, and then one is the Head of Faith title. And the AI will always prefer a Head of Faith title above any other, so... Because I think in the priorities list, you have to give each title and, like, name a priority number, and I think the Papacy one has, like, 999 or something, so it is right at the top. I can ransom Maud to England. I mean, I might as well take it, because I've had Maud in my prison for how long? Only 6 years. Okay, she can wait a bit longer, but I don't mind. I want more money for these women. We can get... Oh, God. This vassal in Merioneth is already paying max taxes, and now we can start making him give us more levies as well. Sure. He really doesn't like us, by the way. I never actually pointed this out, but when you change the vassal contract like that, when you make them pay higher taxes, they don't like it. This guy has -25 opinion because we're making him pay extortionate taxes. -15 because he's now also paying us higher levies. Oh great, we've got a music bug. We've got the music playing from the Meet Peers event. And it should have stopped playing as soon as we closed it. My character also looked like a giant anime Habsburg. He does actually. He's got a little bit of a Habsburg chin in development. Oh, you've developed Reclusive, apparently. You would be a better heir than our current one, Roberts. Roberts is still a bit mediocre here. And then you've already got ambitious and just, which, you know, two very good traits. Ooh, actually, we could look into reforming Cornish culture again. We did the culture blending edition quite a while ago now, and we have a decent bit of prestige again. So we could try and add a new tradition. Maybe something for warfare, since we're at risk of holy wars now. This one can be good, but it can also be bad. So pursuit efficiency is a big loss, but then men-at-arms counter efficiency is very good. Spearmen, archers, I like my archers. It's a pretty good solid men-at-arms, a fairly cheap one as well, so it makes them better. Not bad music. Oh, the music stopped anyway, so maybe it wasn't a bug. Wait, can't you again change the vassal contract with that one guy to not being able to change vassal... Oh, wait, there was... Yeah, are you... Wait, hang on. Not being able to change vassal contract but max levies. You're talking about... was it Ulster that changed it? Yeah, Ulster made it so we can't revoke his title. Nah, it's still the same character that first did that, so we can't change it. We have to wait for him to die, and maybe even us as well. Because you can't change the vassal contracts more than once with the same character. There is loads of options here, but they do get more expensive the better they are, so like 7,000 prestige, and we're still a ways off that. Now, I'm just thinking, because your prestige resets when you're on succession, because it depends on what prestige your successor already has, and it's almost certainly going to be lower than this. So I'm thinking, do we just spend what we have now? We have 2 empty slots, what we're not even using, so probably better to get something mediocre or average than have nothing at all, and then we can just try and replace it later on when we can afford it. Heavy cavalry. No. I mean, with the one which you had max tax and how high a levy which hates you. Yeah, well, you can't, you can lower them, but I can't change them now because I just changed it, like, once, like I was just saying, only once per character. But I don't mind that anyway. There's a reason I put them to high taxes. I like having more money from them. I don't really care if it costs the opinion. Because maintaining high opinion with your vassals is, like, the same either way, whether you've got, like, whether it starts at 20 or whether it starts at 5, it doesn't really make a difference to me. I mean, you aren't close to 5k prestige. I could go hard on the prestige. I could start doing, like, hunts and feasts, like, back-to-back as soon as they're available, and I could change to diplomacy and go for higher prestige. And I could, like... Yeah, I could also create a bunch of titles as well, probably. Especially after I've conquered England, I could create some more duchies and... If I tried, I could definitely go for way more prestige than I'm currently earning, basically. I don't know how your health is. It's still just fine. Which, don't trust it, because at age 56 we could still just die any minute. You have money? Yeah. So I could do, like, the hunts and the feasts. But I'm saving that money, aren't I, to get the Holy Order. I need 500 gold for that, and then still more piety. Speaking of piety, we can probably do that if we... Oh, we can't go on a pilgrimage. Oh, of course, because we've already been on a pilgrimage when we were Catholic. If we changed religion group entirely, then we would have lost Pilgrim, and then we'd be able to do a new pilgrimage for our new religion. But since Lollardy is still Christian, we get to keep it. You need another 255 piety. That's going to come by in no time, boy, because we're making 6.7 a month. That's pretty decent. We could probably build a church if we were that desperate, but then that'd take all of our money. I think we're fine at the current rate we're going up. Maybe we could spend the money, though, because now we are already at the 500 required, whereas we still need to wait for 1,000 piety. So in the time it takes to recover the money we spend, it should be fine. I'm gonna go for the hunt to try and get some more prestige then. There's one tradition I would like to pick up from Warfare, which is not reverence for veterans. Is it? Have we already got? No, we ain't got it. Where is it? Is it not in that one? Social? Chivalry's alright. Especially if you get a ton of heavy cavalry. But, oh, martial admiration, this, and we can actually afford it. Yeah, this is a decent one. You get 2 more knights as well, more injury resistance. You can challenge your rivals to duels. Knights, more prone to injury during battles, that's one drawback. Craven and Content are looked down upon. Blade Master has more bonuses. Oh, I thought it gave the martial education more bonuses, but I must be misremembering. More heavy cavalry. I think heavy... You can actually get cavalry if you get a certain... It's not Warriors of the Dry, no. We won't be able to get it because we don't have any desert tiles, so it'll be like grayed out. But there is one which you can pick which unlocks cavalry. It's the Crusader King himself, as I live and breathe. Hello, Splat. Glad to see you in chat again. Just looking through cultural traditions here, because I want to try and spend some of my prestige and get one, because we have 2 empty slots that we might as well be filling. I can never decide which ones to take, though, but Martial Admiration is a decent enough one, and it's fairly cheap as well. You know, pacifists, ordinarily I wouldn't get that, but since we're Lollard, we're already pacifists, so it doesn't really... I suppose this doesn't actually explicitly stop you from declaring wars, it just makes you a bit shitter at them. Because I was just tempted by that development growth then. Martial. Yeah, I think my original idea of focusing on something from Warfare was a good idea, because we are going to come under Holy Wars soon. We might even get a Crusade, since we control this Catholic holy site, and that would be very bad. Because even just Francia alone right now would, like, be an even fight, maybe even Stompers. So there's peasants hunting in our forest. I think we're going to try and get some training from them, get some more prowess. Francois. I'm now a novice hunter. That's decent. Get more prowess. Monogamous. No. Tabletop warriors is more martial. And movement speed. Speed? Movement speed. No, 10% movement speed. That's nothing to just dismiss. And +2 martial at the cost of 2 prowess. I could live with that. Commanders are likelier to gain commander traits. That's, you know, that why not? That's amazing. May always challenge other characters to board games. Hell yeah. May wager a personally held county in board games. Could try and get an achievement with that, where you wager a county in a board game. Mech Russian. We've been over this. I know we have, Splat. I'm not buying into it. What do we reckon? How do we feel about becoming tabletop warriors? Any commander can gamble and get lucky on the day of battle. A real strategist keeps their mind honed through practice and pretend so that they have no need for luck. That's basically me playing Crusader Kings. I'm just honing my skills and strategy for when I be in a real battle. Gamble Devon. What counties do you hold? Well, it wouldn't be to gamble the counties. It'd be for the movement speed, for the martial, for the better commander traits. And then I guess also just to challenge characters for board games, because you can form relationships and lose stress if you do that. Yeah, I'm just gonna do it. Like I said anyway, we have empty slots, so we just might as well fill them. It doesn't really matter with what. Plus, that one's a fairly fun one. Ooh, the King of England's got a bit more money now. In a few more months, he would actually have the full 100, but she is getting old, and she isn't too well, because she's depressed. So I'm just going to take the 71 gold. What are your different culture bonuses? The ones you start with as Cornish are dexterous fishermen, storytellers, and ancient miners. Then we added culture blending, which I've already drawn plenty of attention to on stream when I was first picking it. But dexterous fisherman is coastal holdings in counties of this culture providing extra defender advantage. Yeah, it's just better to fight on the coast, basically. Storytellers, guardians of this culture are more effective, so when you're teaching kids, if the teacher is Cornish, they do their job better. Characters can tell each other stories, increasing skills. I didn't really notice that. Your schemes are a bit more public, though, a bit chance of them being revealed. Ancient miners is the quarries line of buildings have more bonuses, and you can build them earlier, I think. Oh no, not earlier, but you can build them in holdings with hill terrain. You can do that anyway. But, yeah, quarries have better bonuses, so... Oakhampton has a quarry. Looks like it's levies, because I think the default quarries just give tax and building construction time. I've never noticed them to give levies before, so that must be the bonus. That's okay, I guess. It probably gets pretty good when it's higher level. 3%... Oh, and development growth, I like that. Building construction cost goes down. The maxed out quarries is plus 1.3 tax, 20% faster building, 8% more levies, 10% garrison size, 5% cheaper buildings, and 2% dev growth, and all these other bonuses as well for men at arms. But that is late game. That is after you've got the text to fully upgrade the building, let alone the money and the time. I feel like we've been paused for ages, like, because I was talking about cultures and stuff for a while. I had it paused that entire time, didn't... Oh, truce with England has ended, though. We can finally attack them. And their only allies are our vassals, so... The smelly court of England, we're coming for you. Dangerous habits. This character's quest for visions is taking its toll on them. Superstitious. I have 69. This number was an accident, I swear. Nukes ready to fire at my enemy, and if somehow doesn't take them down properly, I have a couple hundred invasion troops to kill whatever's left on their planet. Sounds pretty solid. Go for it, Brett. My claim on Essex, 113 prestige. That's a very cheap one. Yeah, because we have the Bellum Justin perk in the Marshall tree, so it's half price. That's pretty nice. I don't think this war will last long at all. We probably should raise most of our army, because our men-at-arms alone adds up to only like 2,000 men, so... Yeah, let's do men-at-arms and then also a few peasants as well. That'll do. Yeah, and then we'll put a siege leader in charge. Fine by me. Don't need to call in any allies. I'm just gonna ransom her. Same reason as I ransomed the Queen. I really don't care anymore about the full price. This epic music is very fitting background music right now. It started right as I launched my 69 nukes. Nice. Maybe even get some faith because heretics. Heretics? I don't think there's a piety bonus for killing heretics. Yeah, no, you get fame, you get prestige, and then you get the titles, but that's it. This isn't a holy war. If it was a holy war, we'd get piety, I think. But only if we actually won. To actually declare the holy war, it would actually cost piety. A new grandson? Edarda Hilario, because he followed me last time. And I think his character's long dead now as well, so why not? Edogar Hilario. Winning battles? Nah, we don't need to worry about battles, we just siege. All we do is siege. We've lost our alliance with the other Spanish kingdom now. And now it is 0-year-old Babby in charge of Castile. King Peleo II Pileath of Castile. Okay. Well, they were like our weakest ally, so I don't mind that. Splarfer. Sorry, Splat. I already placated you by adding, was it Splikel Keaton? He actually showed up in an event, like 15-20 minutes ago. He's still alive. Oh my god, the guy just took out my entire energy production. Now I can't run the portal through which I meant to send my invasion force, which is annoying. Because now he has time to rebuild what the nukes destroyed. I completely forgot there's a whole system of, like, portals, isn't there? And that's, like, a big part of how you can get your armies over to other planets. Like, damn it, Bright, you are tempting me to play this game. I hope he's okay. I'm sure he's fine. Let's have a little look. What if he's died in the 10 minutes since? I think it's Splikel, isn't it? Oh no, it's Splaniel Radcliffe. And then your character is also here, 26-year-old. Your character is temperate, ambitious, lazy, average education in martial. You're a raider, a logistician, a fornicator, a genius. You have syphilis, and you are a valued administrative courtier. Looks about 100, nice lad. Yeah, I mean, bit of a mixed bag of traits here, but overall, decent character, maybe carried by genius and ambitious. Yeah, that pretty much does outweigh everything else about him. Decent enough commander, not so good on prowess. And then Splaniel Radcliffe, that is actually a woman, my niece, is zealous, shy, honest, slightly above average education and diplomacy, a twin. Again, I said this before, but I really do wish it said who they were twins with in the little dialogue box here. I think it's Discreative. No? Is it Mr. Poopman? Yeah, Mr. Poopman and Splaniel Radcliffe are twins. Right, let's kill this army. I know I said siege only, Hoy, but we have to kill the army. Sieging just London alone wasn't enough. And they were going to siege our stuff as well, so we gotta stop them. We can ransom a few prisoners. Are they valuable? Nope. Right, I managed to launch my invasion. Time to see how this goes. Good luck. Hope it goes well. There we go. And a martial trait as well. Nice. Ooh, supply capacity could be good. The only problem with this is you have to fill it manually. So when you raise an army, you should start with 100 supply. So by getting this, it goes up to a capacity of 300. But the problem is it still starts at 100, so you have to keep your army parked in a province with a high enough supply. Wait a few months, and then it fills to the capacity of 300. It's good if you're a Viking, though, especially because it combines with raid speed. We have light cavalry, we have archers, so we get use out of 2 out of 5 things here. We have infantry, we have spearmen, we have archers, we have skirmishers, we have all these things, but we never retreat. Still, the damage and toughness, I think that's worth it. Let's go back to sieging. Oh, I forgot to actually change to me. We used the siege leader for that. Mind you, I do say siege leader is still decent enough on his own, because he's got high commander advantage. He's got advantage in hills, but that didn't apply there. He has hostile county attrition, but again, didn't apply because it was our county. I have Holy Warrior. Oh, shit. I can actually get a lot of use out of this now that we're Lollard. I think. Yeah, because... yeah, we're hostile. So... there's a way to see how much the hostility equates to advantage in battle, but I can't remember how to get to it. Nothing in here, I don't think. Holy Wars? Definitely not. I give up. But yeah, basically, you have a advantage in combat depending on how hostile you are against your enemy. And we have that trait. Faith Hostility Advantage plus 10. Oh, wait, no, I got it totally wrong. Basically, just if you're against a hostile faith, you gain plus 10 advantage, that's it. You don't get a flat one, just everyone, because you're hostile. How does religious opinion work? Is that the thing I was just looking at, the hostile thing? Basically, there's different degrees of hostility. So a lot of the Eastern religions over here, so the Hindus, the Nangchos, the Jains, the Buddhists, the Taoists, all these guys are actually pretty chummy together because they all have multi-religious interweaving. So rather than considering each other evil, they're all just astray, which is like the lightest form of being a different religion. Plus they have plus 30 opinion with all the others which have that, so they're all buddies with each other. However, for something like Catholic and Islam, they consider each other evil. And you can see that here, it's just a flat minus 30 opinion for being evil. Oh, actually, there's probably a much easier way to show this if I just go for Faith Hostility. Righteous is no opinion change, Astray is minus 10, Hostile is minus 20, and then Evil is minus 30. And then as it gets progressively more hostile, there's more stuff you can do. So Evil is Great Holy Wars, usurp, or cannot usurp their titles, Holy Orders. Whereas the opposite end of the spectrum, which is just Righteous, it's... Yeah, you can see here, Faith is considered legitimate. It's just slightly different. So one example of that would be Insular to Catholic. I think Catholics and Insular are like close enough that they're just considered righteous, or maybe just astray. Is it just base can't change or be able to change? You can get modifiers which have like different religion opinion, and that can counter it, but you can't outright change it. It's dependent on that hostility scale. And the commander is dead. Finally, I won. Congrats, Brat. It's finally over. How long was that in total? Almost 2 hours, which is probably the longest game I've ever played against an AI enemy. What difficulty was it? Was it like a hard AI, or was it entirely because you gave it like benefit of the doubt and a bit of like mercy at the start? Look at Big Head Hoy at it again. I was watching Hoy play with other children when Godslayer tried to push him over. The moment did not last long, as Hoy soon had made an entirely new game out of it and forgotten the previous game entirely. The absolute size of this lad, and he's only 13. Difficulty was hard, but I still would have won much quicker without that mercy at the start. Yeah, sure. That wasn't a sarcastic thing, by the way. I meant to say for sure, but the for was like basically mute. With that mercy, it genuinely was quite hard. Absolutely not between his ears. He's a giant. He is a giant. He actually does have the giant trait. Yes. Others have to crane their necks and rein in their awe as Hoy walks by. Yeah, Hoy is actually... Yeah, these two are the same age, but he's like almost a full head taller. Again, a giant anime Habsburg. Anyway, so yeah, Godslayer was pushing Hoy after they had a fallout over a game, but then Hoy like recovered the situation and just made a new game instead. Hoy is trying to be taught how to be the best nerd he can be, and education and learning. Fickle is diplomacy. Wrathful is definitely not learning. Turn the other cheek, forgiving. Yeah, there we go, +1 learning. Hoy must be taught to turn the other cheek. Of mice and men vibes, yeah. Oh, God, I read Of Mice and Men in school. That was years ago now. I really don't remember much about it. I just remember, do I get to pet the rabbits, George? I'm sorry, Hoy, but you're not being wrathful. That is not the child I'm raising you to be. You are forgiving. Suppose that does actually stand out a bit compared to the others. Ambitious and just. They're a bit more proactive. Someone's trying to kill my nephew, Liudfredo. Okay, go for it. I don't care. More prowess. There's not really much... Yeah, maybe I should have gone for Vengeful because we're leaning way more into the nerdy side now. Lollard Exaltation. Duke Alfred is by many considered a paragon of Lollard virtue. This is the Lord of Kirkin. His spotless conduct and tireless work as a scholar and a preacher have helped reinvigorate the faith significantly in the last few years. He is an example to us all. Good job, guy. Can't remember your name already. It is my daughter-in-law Adelheid trying to kill Liudfredo. Wow. Let the traitor be known to all. I still don't care. Oh god, we're in the middle of a war. I completely forgot we were doing this war. I should finish it off because we're nearly done and then we'll be able to form Britannia or make a new empire. I still don't know what I'm going to do, by the way. Do we want to look at Brittany? Doing God's work? Yes. Catalan brooch? Yes, we'll repair it. We have money. I am the Vikings brooch? Yes, we'll repair it. I have the money. Do we want to imprison Adelheid? Do we? No, that is my player heir and son's wife. Definitely don't want to imprison her. She is forgiven. Hoy has learned the Goidelic language. Nice. Good job, Hoy. Faith map mode. Nothing really out of the ordinary, which we haven't already seen for the faith map mode. Were you just like, was this about Brittany? The fact it's... Did you like miss-see something by any chance? Because it's just converting to Lollard, nothing really strange there. We are converting Devon at the moment, 2 years. Ireland 2... Yeah, when you convert to a religion, you ask all your vassals to convert, and if they agree, their capital is probably going to insta-convert, like Cornwall did. So half of this was already Lollard, it hasn't just like spread naturally. Though some of it has, like Ireland definitely has. I don't think Athlone or oh god, I don't know how to read them. I don't think they were Lollard straight away. The capitals were though. In fact, I think only one of our vassals' capitals wasn't, and that was Northumbria. But even that is now, so yeah, they've definitely converted. Let's now siege Bedantford. Did we stack wipe them? Oh, we did. We killed 2,500 of them at the cost of just under 200 of our own men. Pretty good battle. Might have been Faith Hostility modifier that carried us there. Maybe. I don't know. Or maybe we're just that much better at fighting than the Anglo-Saxons. The smelly Anglo-Saxons. Ah, good. The new Lord of Merioneth has brought 50 quid to demonstrate his homage. Wait, look. Look at what? I accept your gift. 200 devotion, I think, from battle. Oh, yeah, no, it might have been, actually. Yeah, I didn't see that. Yeah, I didn't consider from battles, individual battles. I think you are right. That could give piety. I'll have to check next time in the battle. Unfortunately, we won't be able to see that this war because they don't have an army anymore. It's now Countess Wulfweru that is scheming against Liudfredo. Listen, I really don't care if Liudfredo dies, honestly. These people that are all wanting to kill him, I could not care less. Whether true or not, I will not accuse her. Yeah, sure. She's my friend. I'm not going to accuse her. She's a good, honest woman. She wouldn't do such a villainous act against this evil planner. No, we don't want to imprison her. She can have a pardon. Should we try a literalist debate, by the way? Against our friend here, just to see what it's like. And challenge this person to a debate about the fundamentals of your faith. Each virtuous trait gives an additional chance to win. Every sinful trait lowers it, regardless of learning. If you win, you gain piety. If she wins, she gains piety. So you're like fighting for each other's piety here. That could be a chance to get us up to 1,000. She doesn't have any virtuous or sinful traits. Neither do we. So just raw learning looks like we could win. I don't know, let's try it. A great debate. My opponent and I meet in a large hall in Coloncaster, standing on wonky tables barely a few feet apart, surrounded by a throng of eager onlookers. A muted hush falls over the crowd, all waiting for the debate to begin. Over the course of an hour, I demolish Countess Wulfweru, attacking her piety, her sense of virtue, and even calling into question her fealty to God. The crowd is vicious, pelting Countess Wulfweru with rotten eggs and mouldy cabbages till she flees the hall. Am I not beloved of God? 250 piety. Well, there it is. It is time. It is not time, because you can't found a holy order at war, apparently. If ever there was a time to found a holy order, surely it would be while you're at war. Well, we can do it in a minute anyway, because we just did the siege. Cool. And we will ransom her, because that won't affect the war score. Yeah, we'll disband the army. It says we won't be able to recover in 3 months, because we're disbanding while at war. But I don't imagine we'll be at another war within those 3 months anyway, so we should be fine. There's the ransom, there's the demands, and there is Essex. We now control London, which has a new Celtic name, London. Not much different. Let's give away these counties to good Cornish nobles. And I think we will trade away... Oh, no, Salisbury has Stonehenge, which is good for the learning. London has the slot for the Tower of London, but it doesn't actually have it yet. It's also got a lower development than Wiltshire, so I think I'm actually going to give away London. London is now ruled by Earl Adwen, a good virtuous scholar and philosopher. Nice. We can create the Empire of Britannia now. But do we want to? That is the question. There's now also the problem of de jure borders here, because I'm going to make Essex a thing, but we can't give them Buckingham because that's already a part of Wiltshire. We just have to, like... Oh, do they still have the thing I gave them ages ago? Yeah, they have sanctioned war declaration. I'm going to take that away. And then in return, I guess, pay me less taxes, because I already have shitloads of money. Just randomly remembered that then, because I was going to say maybe we let these guys duke it out, so Essex can hopefully reclaim Buckingham. They'd probably end up losing anyway. He's a Catholic. Disgusting. Convert, now. I demand it. Feudal favoritism. Make the Holy Cornish Order. Yes, I will, Hoy. I'm just debating, do we want to create a custom empire, or do we want to create Britannia? Earl Swifred has been silently seething all evening, but finally bursts as I reach for the fine cheeses. I simply cannot understand why you granted the Duchy of Essex to Duke Adwin. These lands by right belong to me. Whoops. Swifred, you say? The Earl of White expected me to give him Essex? Nah. Do not question my decisions again. 91% chance of insulting him. Yeah, sure. I've decided to follow you into the light and convert to Lollardy. Good. Don't stray again. I give you a second chance because you're a giant and I like giants. On the one hand, Prydain. On the other hand, Prydain but Brittany. I choose Prydain. What really sells the idea to me is the fact that Cornwall will be a de jure part of our empire. Like, instantly. Whereas if we form Britannia, we'll have to wait 100 years for this disgusting eyesore to re-enter our empire. There's also the fact that creating a custom empire would require a lot of gold and a lot of piety, which we're going to be spending all 1,000 of it to make a holy order right now. So it would be easier to make Britannia. Forming Britannia would also give us claims on all of England. We wouldn't have to worry about finding claims anymore. We could just do a de jure war for the rest of it, bit at a time. Yeah, I think you might be right, Hoy. I think it might have to be Britannia. We need 1,000 gold for that. But first, we need to found a holy order. Now, here's the thing. Founding a holy order, you have to select a headquarters for it. And by default, it usually goes for one of your baronies, but if you go to change the headquarters, you can see that there is also cities. And I'm never sure about this, because, like, to me it seems an obvious choice. Like, either give away one of your baronies, or give away a city which is already one of your vassals, so you're not really getting anything from it anyway. I mean, Helston. Okay, let's look at Helston. Helston is currently paying us... Is there an easy way to see how much taxes? Oh, of course there isn't. Republic. Helston is currently paying us 0.6 gold. So we have the choice here to base our new holy order in one of our castles, so we would lose one of these like figures here, 1.8 gold, 275 levies, on whichever one we gave away. Or a city which is paying us half of a gold coin a month. Seems obvious to me. Am I missing something? Like, why would you ever give away one of your baronies? I mean, at the tip of Cornwall would be fitting. It would be pretty cool, like, just pretend that they're based in a castle in, like, Land's End or something. Could also do that one, which is in Devon, which is a bit more boring. But yeah, the choices are our 3 castles. For some reason we can't give away, like, an entire count here. You can only give away, like, sub-holdings here. Yeah, let's just give away Helston. We gain Founded Holy Order for 5 years, which is more piety, and all our Lollard friends like us for it. Hey, I'm in Devon. Bomb it. Okay. Nice. The Pope gains 30 opinion of us, which doesn't matter because he's got 100 opinion anyway, and he's terrified of us, apparently. Lollardy's favour increases by 10, also doesn't matter because it's already at 100. We become the Order's patron, which means we can hire the Holy Order for free. Which is good. Yeah, we're gonna do it for the sake of it anyway. The Lollard Holy Order has been founded, the Knights of the Chalice, headed by Grandmaster Wenson, a good Lollard Cornishman. You can rename it, like I say. You can rename it, change the colour of it if it ever for some reason gets landed, and you can change the coat of arms. The only awkward thing about it is, you change the name all here, and that's fine. But when you go into Holy Orders here, it'll still say Knights of the Chalice there. The coat of arms will be different, and when you hover over it, it'll say the new name there. But in this list, it'll say the Knights of the Chalice. And when you hover over, like, someone's levies, and it says, like, Holy Orders, and you break it down into which ones, it'll also say Knights of the Chalice there. One second. Yeah, sorry about that. House of Splat. I don't know. Boy, what was your name suggestion for it? I appreciate you wanting to get your name in the game more, Splat, but you've already had a couple of characters, a pet, and the Splaniel Radcliffe, so I'm afraid I'm going to give this name something else. Knights of Cornwall, said Hoy. The Holy Cornish Order. Or the Holy Corn Order. About Knights of the Cob? Like corn on the cob? The holy pasty? Is cob, as in corn on the cob, spelt with just one B like that, or is it double B? Or is it even a cobber? I think it's just that, isn't it? Knights of the Cob. Knights of Lollard. One B. I think Knights of the Cob works okay. We could try and make a corn on the cob icon. Did you say you had Payday 2? Yeah, I do have it, but I also said that every time I've played it, it's been a one-time thing and only with friends, and it's not really my kind of game. I've never particularly enjoyed it. Also changed their colour to like a nice sweet corn type thing. How are we feeling about Knights of the Cob? Is this a decent name to you guys? And then if I change the coat of arms to look like a corn on the cob, just every holy order will be a corn pun. Like it? I can try and make a corn on the cob icon here. I'll leave the red background, that's fine, and then the yellow thing, it's got to be yellow, hasn't it? I'm trying to think, we just do a stick and then we put loads of little circles on it. That's the best way I can imagine how to get a corn on the cob in the emblem here. Maybe there's... I can pretend that's a corn on the cob. Ears of our Lord, etc. Is there anything else that looks a bit more corn on the cobby? Could try and accentuate it a little bit and put... Yeah, still do like the little circles and just put them on the edge of each thing. Where is the circle? My first thought would be that circle would be an abstract, but I didn't see it. Did I blind it? There's these weird ones. There's a square, but I didn't see a... Oh, circles. Literally a whole thing dedicated to it. It's going to be a very strange looking corn on the cob, but it's symbolic. That's what matters. I don't know how many of these I'll be bothered to do. I'll do a few, though. You know what? I think it's better just, like, minimalist like that. I think this works fine. We could also put, like, a big stick down the middle or whatever. Just do this. Maybe don't match it. Make it thin. We'll put it underneath as well, because I notice it's slightly different. Now it looks like wheat, doesn't it? Maybe we'll play around with it a little bit more. How would that look if it was underneath? Please. Rearranging the layers in the editor like this, it's just so annoying. It never works. It says... Oh, there we go. I don't like it. It's got an outline. I'm just going to leave it like that and we can pretend it's a super simplified corn on the cob. Could rotate it so it's like that. It's not quite what I imagined, but I realised that it would take a lot more time and effort to do what I imagined. I could do it using lots of circles, it'd just be a right pain in the arse. But I think that's fine. Yeah, see what I mean there? Look, Knights of the Chalice. But when you do that, Knights of the Cob. I think that's fine. Oh, we lost our body. Ah, someone finally killed Leodfredo. Good on them. We need a new steward now, though. Who was our steward? I didn't realise that. He wasn't exactly a total nobody. Most qualified is Duke Kinga Ab Gandalf, the son of Gandalf the Grey, great wizard of, I'm gonna say Middle-earth, but I suppose it's not really just Middle-earth, is it? It's like the entire planet. I don't know. But anyway, this is the son of Gandalf, great wizard from Lord of the Rings. With a very trippy coat of the arms, which I think I've pointed out before. I'm not going to stream for much longer, by the way. I'm going to end the stream in like 15 minutes or something. Which will bring us to like half past as well, so it will be a nice even 4 hours since I started. A plush carpet, vibrant and soft, arrives as a gift from Duke Alfred. Why he would send me such an exquisite gift, I do not know, but the fine weave of the carpet is pleasing to the touch as the skin of a lover. So this guy's trying to kill us. This is the carpet which has been laced with poison. And we gain money if we sell it as well. That's one thing which I think Paradox should revise about this event. I think they should reuse this event and have it so sometimes it can be genuine, like sometimes it can just actually be a gift. But as it stands, you'll only get this event as a result of the assassination, like the scheme to kill. And it's even more obvious by the fact that this is from our rival with minus 27 opinion. So yes, I think I better get rid of it. Extra vigilant. But yeah, if they just reused this event so you could get it more naturally, maybe even as a result of like trying to befriend instead of trying to kill, then it would really make you think twice, like 50-50, is this guy trying to kill me or is he trying to make up our friendship? And I think that would be a really good idea. You could even still get the exact same results, just to throw you off even more, because they really do have no idea which one it is. But yeah, it's nice that he gave us a carpet just so we could sell it and get 120 gold. Pretty expensive carpet, if you ask me. Mr. Poopman is fiddling nervously with her sleeve as I open the door to my chambers. What is she doing here at this hour? My deepest apologies, but I must speak with you in private. I have discovered something very interesting. A secret of Duke Kinga, who we've just finished swaying to 97 opinions. So, oh look, we get stressed no matter what we do here. Fun times. If we learn the secret, we can try and modify his contract. Yeah, and we actually can. We haven't done it this life, so... yes. Tell me the secret. Oh, he's attempted to murder. I wish it'd tell you who he attempted to murder. We don't know who, we just know he tried to murder somebody. But anyway, we will blackmail him for this. We gain a strong hook, but what's this? This seems a bit bugged. If he accepts your blackmail, you gain a weak hook. If he accepts your blackmail, you gain a strong hook. And here it says we gain a strong hook. Oh god, we're going to have a mental breakdown if we do this. I think we gotta do it though, because... You know... Oh shit. There was a 10% chance of this happening. He actually refused the blackmail? Whether it is a misguided sense of pride or fear of some greater reprisal, Duke Kinga claims that I hold no sway over him. Well, we gotta tell everyone now. A threat was made and there can only be one outcome. Oh, it was a murder attempt on Sif, the mother of Captain Lennon. And she's all the way over here in Ukraine. Okay. Bit random. Don't know why he was trying to kill her. Ah, fireside story. It's a story of when I won a war against Eldred Wessex. Yes, my kinsman. Baltier puffs his chest and continues to tell the story as the flames from the bonfire lick the night sky. Hone your skills, your prowess, and your wit in battle. Exsanguine hand, you will have enemies without bounds. Train so you can best them. 50-50 chance of prowess or martial. That's pretty good. Or lose stress. I think we gotta go for the martial or prowess, haven't we? Ah, we got martial. Yeah, unshakable faith in God. Like I've said a million times before, it very rarely goes wrong that time, that event. So that's good. Excuse me? I have uncovered a vicious scheme by Duke Alfred to have you murdered. The guy I'm currently trying to sway, my rival. Ah, oh yeah, we knew about this, because he gave us the carpet. I know. His agents are being rounded up as I write this, but although Alfred has been foiled for now, he remains a threat, unless we take action, that is. It's a little bit strange that that doesn't give you a reason to imprison him. Like, we know for a fact this guy was trying to murder his king. Surely that is treason. Like, we should be able to imprison him and have a valid reason without being seen as a tyrant. I am not going to go to this feast because I want to lose stress. And then, ironically, I'm going to host my own own feast to lose stress. Logic. Duke Cobsiger has been actively supporting Duke Alfred in his Liberty faction. However, my wife has a plan to change that. We can force the Duke of Powys to leave this faction, which I didn't know existed. But yeah, here it is, 64%. Or we can just try and gain an opinion bonus, which I think would be better. More sustainable on long term. So yeah. He might have also been in the plot to try and kill us, so that could have also dissuaded him from joining a new one. Oh, I've got a new daughter. Any name suggestions for my daughter? I just know that Splat's gonna chime in with another Splat-based pun. That is assuming he's even still here. But if there aren't any suggestions, I'll just go back through the activity feed and reuse one again. Oh, Astra. I might just use Astra, because Astra hasn't been in the game for... Luna? I don't actually know who that is a parody of, Splat. Spellen Bonham Carter. I'm guessing it's Ellen Bonham Carter, but I've never heard that person before. I think I shouldn't have asked because I already like the idea of naming it after Astra, because Astra's like not been in the game for a while now. So sorry that I led you guys on to give you a suggestion and I just didn't even use it. Moobot. Bit late, hoi. I've called it Astra now. Lanky Lan. Hoi. Are you behind by like a minute or something? Is my internet dying maybe? No, it's fine. Sploran Splivern. I've already named it Astra. Guys, please. We got smallpox apparently. My poor son and heir is fighting for his life. Do more than what is necessary. No more than what is necessary. And it worked. My sister is a brilliant physician. She's got the best physician trait. She's a wise woman and she's got decent learning and she's quick. In fact, yeah, she must have a pretty decent score. Let's have a look. Good. 33 from her learning skill, 40 from renowned physician, 5 from wise woman. I thought being quick also gave a bonus, but I guess not. You're so cheap. Ah, come on. Astra's only been in the game once. I just feel... and Astra, like, watched, like, an entire stream I feel like I own. Late to respond. I don't know what happened to the first Astra. They were, like, the lesser-born son of one of my previous rulers, I think. This one, maybe? Isaac. Hoi. It's Karaki. And then we're back at King Hoi. I don't think it was this long ago. Oh, Armajail hasn't been in the game for a while. Mind you, Armajail hasn't watched in a while. I think Armajail was only really here for Half-Life and isn't into Crusader Kings. My lord, the wine, we cracked open the next barrel, it has gone bad. It has all gone bad. The feast is still raging, but without drink, the mood is sure to dwindle at a cruel pace. Time to crack open my secret stores. Fort first is prestige plus more prestige. Or we could just pretend we don't have any secret stores and make everyone chip in for it. Get some more money. But then also stress, so maybe not. It's also easy to forget that having a high prestige gives a high general opinion. No, not high prestige. That's from CK2. I keep forgetting it's having a high level of fame. It's just the flat thing. So if we could get to living legend, we just get plus 30 opinion with, like, basically everyone. Yeah, like, everyone that is not clergy. Gotta really appreciate Paradox doing these, like, embedded tooltips. I think, I know, they call them nested tooltips, where you can just do this and that, and then that, and that, and that, and that, and you can just keep seeing what keywords mean, and, like, go, like, a million layers deep trying to read into understanding things. It's just such a good idea. We don't care about the Hasteining Warhammer, so we'll just let that turn to rust and get destroyed. It's too expensive. Too rich for my blood. I can't help but notice that we're still playing as Exsanguine Hand, and I'm going to end the stream in 5 minutes. So we're going to start another stream tomorrow playing as the same character. Feast is dwindling down, and I find myself deep in conversation with my loyal vassal, Lord Sinhod? He inquires about my opinion on the art of love, a subject he is deeply interested in himself. Is he now? Interesting. It's a subject that fascinates me as well. Ah, we're now friends. Discussed subjects of profound interest at a feast. Interesting. Yeah, feast's done. Okay. Flavia has caught smallpox. Not good. That is my niece. Yeah, she's probably dead because she was already ill as well. Oh, mind you, she did get a huge disease resistance. So she might be fine. I feel like we were going to do... Oh, fuck, yeah, no, we were going to farm Britannia, weren't we? God. Can we try and do that before I end the stream? Save up to 1,000 gold. Like, if I just go, like... Ooh, 5 days left. Oh, Roberts has been cured. Okay, good. I was going to think maybe we changed to collect taxes, but... Knowing my luck, that wouldn't trigger at all in the time we're saving up to 1,000. So I should just keep it on increased development. Or maybe it's time to start colonising and converting more places to Cornish. Wow, some games have come on sale. I wanted the Fear Collection, the Batman Collection. Oh, that's good to hear, Godslayer. Are you going to get any? I imagine you are, if you said you wanted them. How good's the sale? Is it like a proper sale, like 50% off, 75% off, whatever? Huh. Don't know if you could hear my phone notification then. Sorry if you could. Someone's plotting to kill my prisoner. Well, I could save them the hassle and just, you know, wink wink, little cheeky public execution. I do have some prisoners which I didn't know about though. We have a mayor here, which we can probably ransom. Oh no, he's too poor. We have a physician. Oh yeah, Princess Maud, still. Oh, but he's not willing to pay the ransom of his sister. What a heartless bastard. I swear this is every single king of England. They're not willing to pay the ransom of their own family. It just runs in the blood. I will buy them now. So that's games for streaming. 6 games, wow, nice. Well, I hope you enjoy them, Godslayer. I hope they live up to your expectations. I have one of the Batman games, I don't know which one it is. I've never really played it. I remember trying it once, and I played it for like 20 minutes, and then... I don't know why I didn't continue it. I think I must have just forgot I had it installed, and then I got a different computer, and it's just been left to gather dust in my library. Oh, we've still got Rognvald in our prison. Still our rival, so he's going to stay in prison. This poor guy, Stephen, he's been in our prison for 15 years. The poor Dutchman. I have no idea who he is or where he came from. Unfortunately for him, we are maintaining a decent bit of dread, so I'm not willing to just let him go. However, I just had an idea. We could let a bunch of these people go with the... what's the word? With the... not exception, with the condition that they convert to Lollardy. So we'll be putting more Lollard NPCs in the world. And I think that's a good idea. Oh, she's already Lollard. She's Lollard. He's not Lollard. Could get in hooks as well. Yeah, this would be a good way to clear out the dungeons. Nah, maybe we keep the sister of the King of England in case he has a change of heart at some point. What about him? We can't demand conversion from a landed ruler who is not your vassal. Okay, that's fair. And then him as well. Cool. Right, really want to just hardcore save money now. We're going to have sex with our wife. Just offhand, why not? I'm going to like stop reading events for a little bit because I want to end the stream now, but I also want to form Britannia first, so I'm just going to like speed up a little bit. I hope that's okay with everyone. I did say at the start of the stream, by the end of it, it's going to end up being me like manic, like normal, just skipping around, clicking through things super fast. If you didn't understand what CK3 was before, you're really not going to understand it now, because I'm just not reading anything. Off now, buddy. Have a good one. Alright, well, I'm glad you could join us, Splat. Nice to see you again. I'm ending it soon anyway, so I would have said bye, like, in 5 minutes anyway, but yeah. Glad to see you again. See you tomorrow, maybe. Oh, yeah, we can probably... No. Can't do any of them. We need 1,000 gold, 1,000 gold. Trying to think. I was thinking of prestige then, but that's the wrong thing to aim towards. We could change to this, well focus. Oh, that's interesting. Hang on, I need to pause and actually look at this because this is interesting. What happened to the Pope? Brock has apparently lost control of the Duchy of Kent. He's still my vassal, but he isn't landed. That is very strange. How did that happen? Was it a faction? Installed by faction demand. They've restored Kent to the House of Wessex. Very disappointed in them. Can't believe they would do this to their holy leader. Traitors to the Lollard cause. One and all. We could fire a few court positions that'd give us more money per month. At the cost of some court grandeur. Yeah, I'd rather not do that. I'll just leave them as they are. I won't hire new ones, but I won't fire existing ones either. Oh, I want to repair that. That's a shame. That's money I do have to spend. You know what? I'm going to pump it up a gear and put it on speed 5. Designated Guardian Hand Guy. So Brat needs an education in Martial. This is now basically how I play in single player. Wait, you can rename Lollard Pope now. I can? Oh, I can. Do I want to, though? What would I rename it to? I mean, the name Lollard is fine as is, because that's a bit of a meme, isn't it? Godslayer can marry. Oh, what was that alliance? Leinster, my own vassal. Oh, of course, because they are already part of our family, so he doesn't mind accepting. No, instead let's go for this guy, why not? Get a bit of prestige for him. Some more money from our vassal. Hoy has come of age. He's going to marry... Who's he going to marry? She seems decent. Would be incest, though. Not great. Is there another giant? Or even better, robust, or Amazonian, whatever it's called. Here it is. Oh, whatever. This one time we're letting it slip because I'm trying to play quick. There you go, Hoy. Have fun in that marriage. Your granddaughter and my half-brother. No, that's a different one. Your son and my sister and friend. Queen Araka's Marshal. So she's over in Spain. Oh no, apparently she's in Rome? Oh, is she on a pilgrimage? You know, it's a little bit suspicious that... Oh no, that's not your wife. Never mind. Oh, I have to read this, because I don't know what this event is. As I'm sitting and meditating on the finer points of Lollardy, I cannot help but think back to when I journeyed to Jerusalem on a pilgrimage with Duke Arnfast. Oh, that was a good time. This trip was far from the quotidian comforts of my life as a king, but the relief I felt upon arriving at Jerusalem made it all worth the trouble. Growing closer to Arnfast was certainly an added benefit. We certainly enjoyed some quality time together on that pilgrimage. That's a nice little event, just looking back at an event in your life. Lollardian Cornish papacy? You're just shoehorning the word Cornish in there. I don't think there's a point, honestly, Hoy. I think it is just fine as it is. We no longer have an executioner, which is regrettable. Don't need to sway him anymore because he's at like full opinion, basically. Sway you instead in Kent. I appreciate that this is probably a little bit too chaotic to watch right now, but again, I do just want to get to 1,000 gold. We've inherited Essex. Oh, fuck's sake. And 4 men which are randomly raised. He's a bit injured. Wait, a bastard from our family. Interesting. Whatever. Well, if he's a bastard, it doesn't look like he's closely related, so it shouldn't fuck up inheritance anywhere. Fine by me, because that means more renown from having a duke. I thought. Maybe not. Inline, dismiss. Come on, we're nearly there. Yee. Ah, we've embraced the tradition. We got tabletop warriors, which is good. We'll have to play a tabletop game next time. You'll have to remind me, because I don't want to get into that right now. I'm trying to end the stream and play quickly. We also finished researching household soldiers, which is good. I'm now going to go for manorialism for better economic buildings and faster construction time. This feels like a speedrun now, like I'm trying to explain speedrun tactics or something. It's totally not. Oh, my friend died. Died from her wounds. That's a shame. Golden obligations. Now we get some money from hooks, because we have loads of people which owe us stuff. This might be enough. Just paying off loads of... Oh, there we go. Oh god, it looks ugly because it's the same colour as England. And the name! The name didn't change! Why? Why would they do this? Oh, Hoy! My disappointment is immeasurable and my day is ruined. There isn't a pre-built custom name for... Well, maybe there is for Welsh or Scottish, but certainly not Cornish Britannia. Ah, bastards. I can't believe they would do this. Just say Britain. How about this colour for the Empire? Yeah, that looks fine, doesn't it? It's like a darker version of Kingdom of Cornwall. Became best friends with my son and heir. That's good. Really? I know. At least we can rename it, and we'll have to play around with this custom coat of arms at some point. I might do it off stream in between, but I'm not doing it right now. And yeah, look, 100 years, and then Cornwall would sure drift back into Prydain. It was in CK2, why not just convert it over? I know, it doesn't make any sense, does it? You know, the funny thing is as well, I've done enough modding to know that it is a single line of code which lets you do this. All you have to do is, in the file for the title, you add one line that says, when it is owned by this culture, it is called this, and then you put in quotations what it's called. So it really is easy to change as well. But, you know, it's good enough as is. We've got the... You know, I've decided it is a bit too dark. I want it a bit lighter. That's fine. Prydainian? I think Britain is fine because they're like native Britons. Why not change it to Cornish dark orange brown? Oh, like that. I've gotten... Yeah, in total honesty, it's just because I've gotten used to the Breton white. I think it's fine. I like it. Like I say, I'll change the custom coat of arms at some point, probably. Might not, actually. The dragon's pretty cool. But yeah, I am going to end it here now. I'm glad we managed to speedrun this in the last, what, 5 minutes? Enough of the game audio. Time for the end screen. There. Apologies for that, like, rushed sort of ending. It's just... It's getting late. I realised I was talking a bit loud. And I wanted to, like, just end at, like, 4 hours so it was nice and even. Maybe it's OCD. I don't know. A next stream I watched in full, finally. I know, Brat. I mean, you were quiet, but I don't blame you, because lurking, you were playing Planetary Annihilation. Showing mercy to the AI, which was probably regrettable. But yeah, it was great to have you for the full stream, Brat. And you, Hoy, as well. It was glad to have you for most of the stream. I appreciate that you had to go and do other stuff. But, you know, I really genuinely do appreciate that you come back and watch the rest of it. It's very kind of you. And thanks to the others as well, Godslayer and Splat. It's always good to see you guys in chat. Yeah, it was a fun one again. I sort of regret how rushed that ending was, because it felt a bit out of character for my streams. I try and be a bit more chill, and that was a little bit stressful, honestly. Not to mention how it was probably impossible to understand what was happening, even more so than usual for everyone else that doesn't know CK3. But still, I think for the most part the rest of the stream was fine, so it was a fun one. I'm glad you could all join me for this evening. With that said, I am going to end the stream now, so I should see you guys tomorrow, should you choose to join me for another stream. Still no TF2 party. Sorry, Hoy. One day we might. Have a nice day, night, you all. Yes, you too, Hoy. Have a good night. Don't stay up too late. Let me know when Planetary Annihilation stream. It's probably going to be sooner than I realised, because you're getting me thinking about it more and more now, Brett. But yeah, we'll have to see. For now, I wish you guys a good night, and thank you once again for joining me. Bye-bye for now. Raid, yes. Good reminder, Hoy. Good, yes. Should we raid? I know I should for the sake of networking, but I don't know if I can be bothered, in all honesty. Raid Shadow Lagoons. You know what? I appreciate the reminder, Hoy, and I'll definitely appreciate it more some other streams, but right now, I already got in the mindset of ending the stream, so I'm just going to end it here. We'll raid someone else some other time. But again, thanks for the reminder, Hoy. Yeah, good night.